Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host and storyteller, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, so it is October the 31st, which makes it officially Halloween. And so, in wondering what kind of subject, I've been wanting to do a live stream, and my heart condition has made it difficult some evenings, and so has my COPD. Hello, Scotty boy. And so it's like I haven't had any particular themes to discuss, and you know me, I like to have a theme or two. So, but this morning, tonight is Halloween. And one thing I do have a lot of are ghost stories. Mr. Richard, how are you? Thank you for your prayers. Um, I feel better with my new stent in my heart. However, it has been a little difficult getting back up again. I'm older and grayer, you know, and it's more difficult to get over things. But one of the big things is that I have gotten um, I get tired and I fall asleep and I wake up at 3 in the morning and go, I'm still too tired. So, but anyway, um, I've got coffee. I got a bowl coming up here. Yeah, I got a bowl coming up here, and I've been very good with my cigarettes. I know ain't supposed to smoke them, but I got a ton of ghost stories. And wait, I couldn't read who that was. And so some of them you may have heard before, and some of them you may not have heard before. And no offense, but if you have heard them before, this, you know, subject matter is hopefully for other people who have never, you know, heard any of these stories before. So I'm just kind of gonna, I'm just kind of gonna, I'm gonna kind of have to have some coffee to start off with. So I've got stories that have, hey, Witch Moon, I've got stories that have happened to me. And some of them have happened to other folks, and some of them are stories that I've heard. You know, some how do I put it? Some of them I've heard from people who are like, Dave, let me tell you this. What happened to me? There's that story, and then there are the stories that are ween that are told by somebody else. That have you heard the story about the one where the haunted bridge? And go, oh wait, oh the haunted bridge? No, tell me that one. Oh hey Katniss. And so then there are those stories that are told by somebody else about a something, you know, the haunted bridge that is between Quitman and Valdosta, and the things that happened around it, and the fact that there's still portions of the bridge there. It still crosses the Withlacoochee River, you know. Um, there's still weird things that go on down there. Um, it's where I saw a video, and I tried to copy one of the sigils that I saw painted on the deck of the bridge on the pavement, and it about it brought some evil badness to the house. Um, and I was just trying to, you know, um, find out what it meant. Well, so there's that. And then there are the stories that I've picked up over the years from places like the place in Alabama. And there's Katniss and who else in there? But so here's some coffee, and we just passed the 20 from what I understand, and I'm kind of sort of ready for that. And then I want to get into telling some stories. Now, one of the first stories that I want to tell happened to be in a town in Alabama. Now I'm going to fudge some of the story. Oh, my hair is really getting long. That's really long. And so is my beard, ain't it though? And I look in the mirror and I look like some world war. I look like a Confederate soldier come back from the war, and I'm a holy mackerel. So and then there's that story, the Confederate soldiers. And so it happened in a small town in Alabama. Now, found out about this back in the 1960s. And in the 1960s, I traveled around with a carnival. At the time, it was called Southland Amusements. All right. A small carnival had an octopus and a Rocco plane and a really old but great merry-go-round. Not yet, Katniss. Nope. It's at 1 o'clock my time. It will be time, so I'm not behind. So anyway, I had heard through the grapevine, as we were apt to do back in the 60s when there wasn't anything to do. We would try to find out, hey, what's going on in the next town? Which town has a movie theater? Because back in those days, not all small towns in Georgia nor Alabama, and even Florida, they didn't always have a movie house. And Sunday nights were our only nights off from the carnival because we worked Saturday night, tore down Saturday all night, moved to the next town Sunday, and Sunday night was our only night off because we had to go back to work on Monday and Monday night. So we had heard about this face in the window in this other town nearby. And we were like, face in the window, what the hell are you talking about? And they said there's this building where they tried to hang this guy and he pleaded innocent and something happened and there was a bolt of lightning and his face is etched in the window. And we're like, no way. Really? So it was one of those things that you had to see in the daytime. So, cheers. So we got our work done on Monday, cleaned up our rides and everything, and didn't have anything to do on Tuesday. And so we all went to this other town. And so looking around and talking to people, and there, sure enough, on Main Street, in this upstairs window over a drugstore or something at the time, I can't remember. And we looked up there, we're all standing in the street like a bunch of dummies. But there, up there in the window, it looks like there's a face etched, like the silhouette in the glass. And so, this is the 1960s, like 64, 5, no, 65 or 6. So we're looking up there and we're talking to people. It was easy to talk to people on the street back in them days. And hey, what's that up there? We heard about this story. And so I read about this story in a ghost story book. So here's the story. Now that I ruined it for you, after having seen it. But here's the story. So the names are made up to protect the innocent. So Willie was a black man who worked around in town. And some called him the town drunk, but he wasn't drunk all the time. But Willie was always available for work. So if somebody, at the dry goods store needed, something unloaded from the back of a truck, they called old Willie to come over and help them unload it. They'd give him a few bucks, right? So Willie, he wandered around the town, and but he wasn't apt to hurt anybody, And yeah, he had a nip or two to drink, but he was not a drunk. So, and everybody knew Willie, right? Well, one night there was a scream. I mean, there was such a scream down the main street of that little town, and that curdled the hair on the backs of everybody. So the folks that was there, they ran up the street to find out what was wrong. And there was little old Susie May. Somebody had done something bad to her, and she was laid there in the alleyway there, and somebody had done strangled her. Well, the people, the men in the town went bazookas, and they were like, "Who could do such a thing to Miss, to her to do it?" And so they all got together, and we got to find out who done it. It just happened with her, her body's still warm. They must be close by. Let's search the streets down here in downtown, and let's see if we can't find them. So the people of the town, man, the men split up and they went all over the town. And and about 3 blocks away, they found old Willie. And he was just sitting on the step minding his own business. And he was like 1 block off of Main Street, But he was downtown, more or less, And he had him a little pint. And he was sitting there smoking him a cigarette and reading the paper there in the line of coming out of one of the buildings there. And he was minding his own business. Now, he had heard the commotion, but he didn't think nothing of it. And then all of a sudden, somebody come around the side of a building. They went, "There's old Willie. What's he doing there?" Old Willie's minding his own business, like, "What's up, Joe?" Hey, here he's over here. Who's over here? Willie's over here. You know, Willie done it. Must have been Willie. He's the only one that's downtown. We can't find nobody else. And Willie's like, what did I do? Now, they hadn't got to him yet. And Willie's looking down the block going, well, wait a minute. What do y'all think I done did? And so Willie starts to walk away. And he disappears into the shadows. And now these white men, back in the day, in the 30s, it was, I think, that here's this black man starts disappearing. He starts running. He ain't staying around to find out what's going on. So now what's going on? Willie's like, well, wait a minute now, what's going on here? And so the sheriff has heard the commotion, right? So he comes out and he's asking what's going on. And all these men are like, they look what they did to Miss, this girl up here. I forgot whose name I said, Sally Mae. So Miss Sally Mae, look what they done to her. She's dead. Somebody strangled her. They killed her. And the sheriff's like, calm down. And on the other side of town, they're going, yeah, but Willie was down here. And really, he done run when we come to, talk to him. And it must have been Willie who done it. And the sheriff's going, now, wait a minute. Now, y'all, Willie ain't never hurt a fly. He ain't never got in a fight with nobody. And he's always helping people out. How do you know it was Willie? So he calms everybody down because they want to do a lynching right on the spot, man. And they did that kind of thing back in them days down in the South in Alabama. And so the sheriff's going, now listen, y'all go back to what you was doing and let me handle this. He said, I know where old Willie lives, and I'm going to check out over there. I'm going to get in the car and drive over there. And I'm going to talk to a few people over there and, up in the quarters, as they called them. And we're going to have a conversation. Yeah, I hate it when my Willie runs too. So sheriff goes over to the quarters and they ask around and somebody says, well, Willie said he ain't done nothing, Sheriff. Sheriff says, I believe him. You tell Willie to come on over here now to the car. So they convinced Willie to go over to the car and talk to the sheriff, and they had him a conversation, and sheriff's like, Willie, now, they say that you done it. Willie says, now, Sheriff, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I swear to God, I didn't do it. Sheriff says, I believe you, Willie. I do. You just, you were on the other side of town and, you was doing your thing in the evenings. You always have your little nip and read the paper. Willie was like, yes, sir, boss man. That's what I was doing. So the sheriff says, now, Willie, you got to get in the car and you got to go with me. And we got to go downtown. And I'm going to put you upstairs over the store. And Willie said, now, what you want to do that for? And sheriff says, because I want to do it because they want to lynch you, Willie. They want to tie your neck to a tree and stretch you out. And, I don't want that. So I'm arresting you, sort of, to protect you. I'm not arresting you because I think you done it. I want to keep you safe from them crazy people that are running up and down and the main street there in town. So the sheriff got one of his deputies to interrupt all of the other folks and tell them a story. Now the sheriff's out looking for Willie. Now y'all stay up here, and we're going to wait till the sheriff gets back and he's going to tell us what's going on. And so the sheriff snuck him in the back of the drugstore and got him up the stairs to the room upstairs. And he goes, Willie, now you hide up here. He goes, I can keep folks from coming in here and they don't know you're here. They think that if I arrest you, I'm going to take you down to the sheriff's office, which was 2 doors down, right? Same side of the street, but 2 doors down. So sheriff comes out, he walks into the back and it comes out of the sheriff's office, and the rest of the people see him there in the main street, and they come down, Sheriff, where's Willie? And he goes, I got Willie. He said, I got him under arrest. He said, y'all don't worry about it. But Sheriff, he done it now. He ran from us when we tried to get him. Sheriff says, now y'all don't know if Willie done it or not. So they started getting into a mob kind of rage. He done it. We know he done it, Sheriff. There wasn't nobody else downtown. And, he must have done it. Then why would he kill Miss Sally Mae? He's the N-word. You can't trust them N-words. We need to just string him up, down. There's a good tree right down there over there. And we'll just do it right here. The sheriff's like, no, you ain't. No, you ain't. We ain't going to have none of it, right? So now, during this time, the weather's starting to turn bad. It's starting to being some lightning up in the sky. And as darkness rose around south, well, it wasn't necessarily South Alabama, mid Alabama. Clouds rolled in, and you could see some what they call heat lightning off in the distance. And they're all trying to show us where he is, and they want to storm the door now to the sheriff's office. So now that's exactly what they did. They all got together and they overpowered the sheriff. And the sheriff was about to shoot his gun when they broke into the sheriff's office and they found out that Willie wasn't in there. So now the crowd's really starting to get PO'd, right? So they all come out, and where you said, Sheriff, you said you had Willie. And he goes, I got Willie in a secure location. Y'all don't worry about it. We're going to settle this thing first thing in the morning. Y'all go home. We'll let this thing, And so now in the meantime, Willie can hear all this stuff because he's upstairs in the building 2 doors down. And the walls are thin, right? So he can hear all the commotion. And Willie's about to wet his pants because he didn't do nothing. So now he can't stand it. But there's a small light, up overhead, right? One of them pull string. And he can't see to get around up there because he's never been in that room up there. And so he made the mistake of turning it on to see what was in the room, and then he turned it off again. Well, somebody downstairs seen the light go on and off. And they was like, hey, y'all, what was that up there in that window? And they all come out on the street and look up there, and ain't nothing going on. Well, now Willie, he's getting kind of, anxious. And so he sneaks over to the window, peeks himself up over the windowsill, and looking out. And they go, there he is. There's Willie up there in the upstairs. And the sheriff now has gone out the back of the sheriff's department and has gone into the back of the drugstore there, and is now going to make a stand for Willie, you know. And so Willie is now, and he is scared to death. And the storm's getting worse and worser. And the lightning is flashing. And Willie's upstairs, and he is scared to death. And he looks out the window, and they're like, we're going to hang you, Willie. We're going to hang you, Willie. And they're all standing in the street. And they got a rope, they got a noose all made up. We're going to hang you, Willie. We're going to get you, Willie. All about 35, 40 people out in the street. We're going to hang you, Willie. And the lightning flashed, and it struck the top of the building up there. Them buildings back in them days had lightning rods on them. And it struck up over the peak of where Willie was in the upstairs of that drugstore. And Willie was looking out the window, and he was scared so bad that he held his hand up like this while he was looking out the window. And it left, and it just took his face in his handprint and etched it into the glass. And a few minutes later, they overwhelmed the sheriff and clambered up the stairs to the second floor of the drugstore. And they dragged old Willie out, screaming, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And until my killer admits, my face shall forever be in this window. And the lightning flashed again, and his face was there in the window. And they took him downstairs and drug him down the street, threw a rope over that big limb on that tree down yonder on the end of the street, and they hung him. They hung old Willie on the spot, and they left him hanging there till in the morning. And somebody was coming down the street. They said, I saw old Willie. He was down over by the river. There's no way he could have made it up there to have killed Miss Sally Mae. And there's no way that whatever happened to Miss Sally Mae, somebody seen some white man run off up the alleyway right after they heard her scream. And so they was like, but we knew Willie did it. We knew Willie did it. And everybody in the town, especially the men who was there and who had hung Willie that night before, and he was still hanging from the tree. Nobody would cut him down. He didn't have no family, and that's why he just kind of, lived from place to place there in town. Finally, the sheriff and his deputies went down, and they cut Willie down. And over the years, you could look up there and see that face in the window. We saw the face in the window when we went to that town. And it was creepy. It was like, and it was etched in the window. And they said that face would stay in that window until until the killer admitted to the act. And so there were people who threw baseballs at the window and broke the window. They replaced the glass. And within the next 2 or 3 days, the face would appear on the new glass. And over the years, they tried replacing the glass several times. And there was one man that every time the glass was replaced, he would stand down in the street and he'd say, "Curse old Willie." And he'd throw a baseball or a rock at it and break that window. "Curse old Willie," he'd say. And he'd stand in the middle of the street. And people used to wonder why every time they replaced the glass, it was the same guy. It was Frankie. And Frankie would stand in the middle of the street every time and break that window. Nobody thought much about it, but they'd replace the glass and Frankie would come by and throw a rock at it or something until he broke the glass. How come Frankie keeps breaking the glass in that window? Well, about 10 years later, long time had passed. Frankie had broken quite a few panes of glass. And he confessed to somebody he got real sick. Now, this was right about the time we saw the face in the glass ourselves, so it was still there. So the story that I heard after I come home from the carnival and I'm living down here in South Georgia, and a gentleman who had been over there to that same town to follow up on that ghost story. And he said they think they found out who did it. And I was like, well, who done it? Who done it after all these years, Because he was collecting ghost stories, and I had seen it with my own two eyes, along with, those of us on the carny at the time. And we had seen it. It was a true thing to us. It wasn't something made up. We saw it. And so it was like, and so they said, well, as Frankie was dying, he said that he might have had something to do with it. And he had quit throwing rocks. And this was about in the early 1970s. Now, he told me at the time, he said, they replaced the glass. And he said, the face is gone like it was, but there's like a silhouette with a halo over it. And he said they put the new window in and the old face is gone. And he said, but now there is this silhouette, not a face, just a silhouette and a halo. So they think it was Frankie. But so for many, many, many years, because I've seen it it was about 65 or 6 is when we went and saw it. Willie liked the facial. Yep. So, but I'm trying to remember his name, but he collected ghost stories, and every Halloween about this time, he would be telling stories over MTM and the other radio station out of Thomasville. And this time of year, he'd be telling ghost stories live and on the air. And one year we told ghost stories together. So I've outlived him and quite a few other people that we used to do this with. So here I am, on my own um, YouTube channel after 9 years with 901 subscribers. I love you all. And at some point, I probably told that story. But so, sticking with Southern ghost stories, gonna take a 20 here. Frankie and Johnny were sweethearts. Oh, Lordy, how they could roam. So now I have been, everybody's got to holler, wee, wee, holler, wee. So there were these two aliens. There were these two aliens that came from the planet Cranium, and they were called the Boneheads. I'm a dense bonehead, and you're a dumb bonehead. And they came into our solar system much like I-39 Atlas, came in at such a speed and careened through the asteroid belt, bounced off the moon of Mars, and crash landed here on Earth. Now, these two alien boneheads crash landed here on October the 31st. And so when they crashed, they had no idea what day it was or what time of the year it was. And since they was out there, out from outer space, way out yonder, and it crash landed here on Earth, not in Roswell, but in South Georgia, they had to find out what it was all about. So these two boneheads, were a mile or so from out of town, and they, hitched a ride. And since it was Halloween, they didn't know any better. And then somebody stopped and picked them up and said, y'all get in the back of the truck, we'll take you on into town. Because the guy in the truck, he didn't know that, they was from outer space. He thought they was in Halloween costumes. So now they're talking to one another, and Yura's like, Yura. What do you want, Ima? Yura, listen now. We gotta be careful with these people. Well, somebody called them humans. Yeah, I heard that's what they're called, is human beings or something like that. And now we got to be careful. We don't want to give ourselves away, because we're from outer space. I know that now. So we got to be good about this. So we're gonna have to find out what's going on. So they get to a traffic stoplight, and the guy in the truck taps on the window and motions for him to get out. So they do. So they're standing on the corner of 12th Street and by, looking around at all the lights and everything. And they see all these other people walking up and down the sidewalk, children's with their bags and hollering, trick or treat, trick or treat. And Ima looks over at Yura and he goes, Yura, did you hear that? They said trick or treat. Yeah, I wonder what that means. I wonder if they're going to trick us or treat us. And I wonder what the trick is. Wonder what the treat is. Shh, quiet, Yura. We gotta observe what's going on. Now, so the two boneheads are walking down the sidewalk and they're just chugging along and they're looking at the windows and everything, and I don't know what, I feel kind of silly, all these other, these shorter alien people, they're all carrying sacks and they got something in them. Maybe what we need to do is we need to snatch one of them bags there, Yura, and find out what's in it. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe we can scare somebody into see what's in one of them there sacks, huh? So they plot this notorious thing. They're going to hide in the bushes and they're going to pick a victim. And somebody about their height, which is not very tall, they're going to jump out of the bushes and scare the living pea-jeebers out of some unsuspecting child of sorts, short person at least, and see if they can't get that bag, at least see what's in it. So now this is their nefarious scheme that they have worked out. Yura, there comes one now. And there's this kid, got himself a bag of candy. And he's like, they go to scare him. They jump out of bed and they go, boo, and the kid goes, Happy Halloween. And they go, what? And Ima looks at Yura, and Yura looks at Ima and goes, what did he say? Happy Halloween? Wayne! What are you talking about? Happy Halloween! And the kid goes on down the block. And they look at each other and they go, what did we do wrong? Yura, we jumped out and scared him. Ain't that what you're supposed to do? I don't know there, Ima. I think we were just supposed to holler, Wayne! And see what, maybe that would have scared him. Yura, are you serious? Holler, Wayne? Is that what we're supposed to do? Well, that's what he said to me. He said, holler, Wayne! Ain't that what we're supposed to do? But I don't know there, Ima. Here, look, there's some more people coming down the street. So sure enough, there was some more kids walking down the street. And they hid in the bushes a little bit. And the kids were and they were talking and everything. And they were talking about the different candies they had in their bags. And they jumped out, wait! And them little girls just screamed at the top of their lungs and ran the other way down the street. And Ima says, I guess it worked there, Yura. Look, them little girls are they're just they're running away. Oh my goodness gracious. So now here's the two boneheads from the planet Cranium who crash landed on Earth in South Georgia, learned the meaning of Halloween. So they had to walk around, talk around, and listen to the folks in the different little towns to find out what it was all about. Go up to the door and ring the doorbell and say, Wayne, and the people there will give you candy. And to somebody from the planet Cranium, having a lot of sweets is, well, going to make them kind of hyper. Going to make them so hyper they won't know how to talk. They will be talking like this all the time, and they'll be running and jumping into the pocket. They won't be able to hold them down. And I'm a hold still. It'll be a bad day for the boneheads. So now, when you hear us holler "Wee," it is in salute to our friends the boneheads on Halloween. So, Halloween, everybody. Let's have a 20 early. Now, so as I wrote sort of in the description, over the last, 60 years, I've been collecting ghost stories. And that's the truth. And so, one of the stories that happened within a day or two of Halloween, as I remember, and Halloween was on a weekend that year, as I remember. And my parents always went over to the Friedel's to play pinochle. And then there was us kids who, Kathy was the same age as me. Um, my brother Danny was the same age. No, Lynn was the same age as the second girl. And Danny was the same age as Mickey. So there were three of them and three of us. And we were all within months of birthdays of each other. Same year, right? Same grade, everything. So they were much richer than we were, you know. They had a pool table in their house, um, which would love to play shoot pool. And so we were always, go in the next room and don't worry about nothing. So we learned how to play spin the bottle, and we learned how to do some other things, and we learned how to tell stories. We learned how to, you know, and it was always on a Friday night that they played, and they were Shock Armstrong, the All American Ghoul. And so we stayed up late to watch Shock Armstrong, and it was a lot of times it was the original, Frankenstein in black and white, or Dracula, or the Wolfman, or some other, uh, um, old classic, um, fright terror for a Friday night with Shock Armstrong. And so, it was every Friday. Come on, man, we're going to stay up and watch Shock Armstrong. It's just what we did. So it was one of those Shock Armstrong Friday night kind of things. And so we stayed late over there to the Friedel's for the movie to be over. And we also, stayed because it was Friday and Shock Armstrong was on. They played pinochle a little longer, right? So all this sort of matters. So good night, everybody. We're get in the car and crank up. They crank up the car and we're headed home. And it's not but about 20 blocks. Okay, it's not very far. It might be a half a mile, maybe a mile from their house to ours, but there's stop signs along the way. And so it's a residential neighborhood. We head down there, we're going, we're yawning, and we'll be home in a minute, And as we're going down 22nd Street towards our house, we can see in the darkness there, because back in those days, Tampa, that part of Tampa, didn't have a lot of street lamps. So, it was, sky was, kind of dark. You could see. And up above the tree line in the darkness, you could see this red glow, and it was like, whoa, what's that? And so we get up to we get up to Line Ball and stop there and look up, you see the trees, and Line Ball is not too far from our house, right? So we go on down up 22nd Street and down a little dip, and not much of a hill, but a little rise. And we're all watching out the window now because that orange glow is really close to our house. I mean, it's really close to our house. So as we get closer, we notice that nope, it's not our house, but it's across the yard over there at our neighbor, Brad and Butch and our friends, for all these years. And we're like, holy crap, their house is on fire, you know. So we get to, Annie Street and hang a right and down our road and into the driveway we go. And we get out and us kids, we start running across the backyard, and the whole place is on fire. I mean, really on fire. And the fire department's there, and you can hear the crackle, of the fire, the really hard, loud crackle. And Brad and Butch and the family, their family, is not their house. It's their house is sitting here, and then there's an empty lot, and then there's a house on the corner. And then this is the house on the next corner on the other side of the block. And it's their backyard that butts up to the Brad's house, lot, house on the corner, backyard. And the flames are the house, right? And I mean, they're really going up. So we cross over to 21st Street, and they're standing there watching the flames, and the fire department's there, and on the other street on 19th Street, and they're keeping the fire down, and they're not really trying to put it out because it's really hauling butt. So, but they've got water on it, and they're keeping it under control. And all of a sudden, we hear, bam! What the hell was that? Well, the old man that owned the house was sitting on a bench there was a fence from his property. There was a fence, and that fence bordered the vacant lot, and then Brad's house over here, right? And we're only talking 50 feet, right? Because it's a lot. It's not a big spot. It's, so it's 50 feet wide. And so he's on the other side of this fence, sitting on a bench, okay? The old man that owned the house. And nobody had paid attention to him, but he had a 12 gauge shotgun between his legs. And once the house burnt to a certain point, he said, "That's it." And he pulled the trigger. Because you could hear the fireman go, "Well, we got it under control. It's going to burn down and we'll be here until, none of the neighbors are going to be, and you could hear the squawk on the 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 ladder truck that was there, and there was a water truck on the other corner. And they had it under control. So once he had heard that it was under control, because we were staring right at him, we could see him sitting on the bench. And there was like, that's the old man. Yeah, yeah. He lives in the house. It's good that he got out of the house. And we're standing there. They don't want us to get any closer, but we're on the other side of the street, we're on the side of the street where the action is, right? Because it's Brad and Butch's house. We're standing in their yard and inching closer, right? So we're watching the old man sitting on the bench, and we heard the boom, you know, and then we didn't know what was going on. We thought a can or something went off in the house, right? And then we seen the old man slump over. And it took a couple of minutes, and nobody was paying attention. And we're all watching, the house go up and all the sparks and everything. And one of the um, one of the firemen goes over to the bench to talk to the gentleman, and they you know poke him. They think he's falling asleep. And come to find out, he pretty much blowed his head off, with that shotgun. Now I said it was a 12 gauge. I think it was more like a 410. Because it put a hole in him, but it didn't blow his head off. And a 12 gauge under his chin would have done that. But it still sent brain matter, into the night sky. And we did not know that. Did not know that at all until, because he was leaned over, right? And so one of the firemen went over, talked to him, and come to find out, there he had that shotgun between his legs, and he had killed himself while we all sat there and watched. And it was like, you're kidding. We watched him murder himself. What? We're standing here, hey, it's a good thing he got out of the house. And we were sitting there talking as kids, and we're going, we bugged that old man over the years. you know Maybe we shouldn't bug him anymore. His house burnt down. Man, that's some shit. Maybe we need to go over and talk to him. That old man was dead. So um they called the ambulance in, because up until then they didn't need an ambulance because he was healthy and sitting there on the bench. And now they basically, well, they need more. They need they need a morgue vehicle, not a. But anyway, so they call for the appropriate vehicle and come to get him. And we're standing there, and I mean, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Or it's actually later than that. It's 1:30, 2 o'clock, because we had stayed to watch Shock Armstrong, the All American Ghoul. So, but coming home, coming up 20 22nd Street and seeing that orange glow in the sky. And as we got closer to Annie Street, which was like a half a block away, we could look across the field and tell it wasn't our house. And then we knew it was in our backyard. And we hoped it wasn't our neighbor in our backyard, but it was our neighbor behind us, one street behind us. And holy shit, you know. So, and then it was the old man that killed himself with the shotgun. And none of us, we heard this loud pop, bang, but like I said, if somebody threw a paint can and, a spray can into the fire and it blew up, right? Something like that. He had stuff on the back porch of his house and it popped, bang, boom. You could hear the wood crackle. We could smell it was a really odoriferous smell like a burning pine. And then he, you know, blew his brains, you know, out in something. So next day, we're absolutely curious. We got to go out there and see if there's any blood on the bench. And there wasn't any on the bench, but there was dark stains on the ground. Um, and there was a weird pattern where he had leaned over on the bench and it had soaked up into the wood. So then, we kind of hopped over the fence and went over to where the house was and the charred wood and everything, and looking through and kind of looking through to see, what if anything had was left after the fire. So we're digging through stuff as kids will do, and we're not really finding anything, some charred things and some melted coins, and But while we're standing in the yard, not too, I don't know, 20 feet from where the bench was, there's four of us kids there on where the corner of the house would have been, right? The foundation stone's still there, and we're standing there, go picking through stuff. And this was the kitchen side of the house, and the bedroom was on the other side, and the front porch over there towards the street. And we're picking through stuff, and we stopped, and I stopped dead in my tracks and just was bending down, and I just stopped, and everybody stopped at the same time. We didn't say anything, and we all turned and looked at the bench all at the same time. I mean, it was, and then we looked at one another, was like, did you feel it? Is there somebody sitting on the bench? And so we all got this really creepy feeling, right? And we're shrugging it around and looking at each other and going, no, man, that's weird, man. That old man shot himself. Yeah, 410. Yeah. Um, we think that that's what it was a 410. Um, or a 20 gauge, not a 12 gauge. But so we go back to digging in the in the ashes, but each one of us is a little uneasy, you know. Now that because it wasn't one of us lifted up and turned, it was all four of us lifted up and turned towards the bench, you know. And for me, I would have swore I saw the outline of a man, somebody sitting on that bench. To this day, I will swear I saw a silhouette of someone sitting on that bench. And, and Again, we all lifted our heads and turned and looked at the bench. And then we looked at one another and said, we're going to climb back over the fence. We're getting off of the property. We're going back to the house, which was just, 50 feet away. And we had to, in order to get over the fence, we had to step on the bench to cross over the fence to get into Brad's side of the fence. So we were all like, man, you go first. No, you go first. Oh, man, there's nobody on that bench. Yeah, but man, look, there's some dried blood. Yeah, man, but well, let's try to get over the fence. And then the fence was creaky and ripped your nuts off, and you was like, no, man. So, well, so okay, somebody went first, and then we all got on the bench and hopped over the fence back to our side of the deal. So, we all, it was all kind of creepy. And we played ball in the field. We did other things in the field, but, that was up in the back corner of this little field. So when we didn't play back there too much and didn't think too much of it, for a while. And it was a shame that the old man had died, and we'd had some thoughts. And so one of the adults had said that that police had come by and told us, folks in the neighborhood, that that they had arranged for there to be, he didn't have any family to come claim anything, and so that they were letting the neighbors know that they were going to have some services for the gentleman, and let us know in the neighborhood if anybody wanted to go, right? And so we were all too young to do anything about it. And I don't think that one of the adults might have went and looked in and signed the book, kind of thing, but I don't think none of the adults went to any service. So here's this old man who'd lived in our neighborhood for countless years. Us kids used to, throw things in the backyard, and he'd holler out the back window at us, And so as kids now, after he blew his head off, we're like, we're regretting this stuff, right? We're like, man, we wish we hadn't done that, We wished we'd, paid more attention to this old man. You know, he was so lonely, and here there's a bunch of us kids would have went over and pestered him, you know, just to go talk to him and shit. I know I would have, especially to keep him from blowing his brains out. And so, but then about 6 months later, you know, we're out there in the field, and we were playing, and we'd been talking about the old man. You know, it was longer than that. It must have been that it was starting to get towards fall, and the weather was cooling down, and we were talking about, hey, remember the old man? Remember that? Hey, Pathfinder, what what was that you said? Oh, I got it. I can't get to it. There's always questions and answers. Yeah, stay thirsty, my friend. There's always more questions and answers. Yep. Well, I don't know. Creator says, that there are, if you've got a question, then there's an answer, you know? So, but looking, we could tell in the evening time there was this white shimmering spectral, okay, that would linger on the bench. And we're outside playing at night. We're playing in the street, and the street is a half a block away, okay, from the fence line. All right. So, which ain't very far, like maybe 125 feet, the depth of the lot. So, we're playing on the street, we're playing ball in the field, and and we're all looking and there seems to be something sitting on the bench. And so many times I will tell you that we just went over and we would just say, "Hi, Mr. Smith. We're sorry we didn't, talk to you when you was alive, you know." And this figure just sat there, sat still on the bench, and then it would just disappear. So that was creepy. And that happened on and off for many years. And then we got older and quit playing on the street. And I've often thought about that bench, there on that fence line, on that property line. And whatever happened to the bench and whatever happened to the spirit, the spectral. But as young adults, as teenagers, that specter was still there. And that lot stayed empty for quite a few years with just the charred remains and the concrete um, um, pillars for where the house stood. So I don't think anybody came in. I don't remember anybody coming in and cleaning up the lot. You know, it wasn't until later on the city, something, you got to clean it up, blah blah blah. They found somebody, they sold it, and then people came in and cleaned it up, and then eventually they put another house on that spot. So, but you know, many of us kids saw that specter sitting on that bench. You know, right there, right there in our neighborhood. You know, so, to the many folks who have asked me over the years, do you believe in ghosts? And I go, yeah. I've seen a few, you know. Now, his ghost didn't do anything. It scared us a little bit, along the way, and like, do you see that over there? Yeah. Is it the old man? Yeah. You know, and some of the kids who didn't believe wanted to throw rocks at the thing, and we were all like, no, 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 don't bother him. We don't know, we don't think he would do anything, but that's not the point. He had a hard life. The reason he's on that bench is because he killed himself, and we're throwing rocks at him ain't gonna do no good. We got to be nice to that. Don't throw rocks at him. And there were some kids in the neighborhood, they were like, oh man, that ain't nothing. We'll throw rock. No, you don't, because we knew better. Because we were there the night that he pulled the trigger. You know, so other kids who didn't know that and did not have that closeness to the event, yeah, we don't believe it. No, 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 no. Oh man, no, we were there, dude. So anyway, there's that, and that's a true story. What? That's a nice thing to say. What? Did you find anything? What? I missed that one. What? Did I find anything? Did you find anything in the ash? No, actually, there was nothing in the ash. Oh well, there were like nails and stuff, and but no, there was nothing of value. Um, I want to say that we found like a, a melted metal, you know, but I don't 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 swear. I won't. I will not swear that. But I remember something about a medal, like a World War II medal or something, a Army medal or something like that. Um, remember something along those lines, but that's as far as I can tell you. But the fact that, you know, now that I just said that, I seem to remember that he had something in his lap. He had something in his lap. Hey, Steve, was thinking about you the other day. I hope you're doing well. But I think I think he had something in his lap. But we weren't allowed to go up, once the gun went off, you know. I mean, because we was right up against the fence, um, you know, looking at the fire. And, the parents were like, get away from there, get away, come back, come back. And we were walking back towards the street when we heard the boom, so, we were just steps away from when he did it. So, but for some reason, I remember something he was holding there was something in his lap. And I want to say it had to do with war related, medals or something, or like, you know, sergeants, something. Anyway, but do not quote me on, but my memory, there was some, he had the whole place burnt down, but he had something with him. That's besides the gun. That's all I remember. And it was chilly out that night, so he had some kind of jacket on, and I think there might have been things pinned on the jacket, but that's what I remember. So, but anyway, but so, but for quite a while after that, growing up in the neighborhood, uh, playing ball in the lot right there, and other stuff, and for me at least, remembering, that event happened. And some of the kids in the neighborhood would go, oh, yeah, that's right. That old man killed himself on that bench over there, didn't he? You know, and for me, I've always remembered, you know, and I mean, we only lived, 150 feet away, 200 feet, you know, across the street through half of a lot, and then that was our house, so we lived right there. But anyway, so that's the old man on the bench with the 410. That's a true story, you know. It's a shame we didn't go and talk to the old man. I, as a kid growing up, I felt guilty about that for years. So anyway, let's 420 because I yacked through another one. And then let's see. Let me pick another story will come up. I'm sure. I got a bunch of them. Well, I'll tell you what. Since at the moment that's what happened in Florida, so I'll stick with stories in Florida and for the moment. So the next one, now I told this on Robert's show last week, I think. Oh well, when we did the scary story, Halloween kind of stuff, I told this story, and so My girlfriend at the time in 1969, her grandmother lived in a house that was very near the house where this thing occurred. And there were three or four houses, I'm trying to remember. There might have been five, but they were on the, I don't know, I'm going to say the west side. Am I probably wrong? Okay. Just for the sake of telling the story, it was on the west side of the lake. And Gun Highway that runs out in that direction. I'm assuming east of town, west of town, out of Tampa. Um, you can look up Gun Highway, and I don't know which direction, but anyway, it was going out of town. So going out the highway, a good like 20 miles out of town, 15 miles out of town, there's a big lake. I mean, a good sized lake, at least a half a mile across. At least a half a mile across. At least. So it's nice and clear, and you can see, and Florida's flat, and so as you're going out of town, you see the lake coming up, and back then there was like one or two houses on the right before you got to the lake, and then there was nothing there at the lake except some bushes and reeds and rushes, that would grow up around a lake, and the road, just turned left and went around the lake, swung wide all the way around, all the way around, all the way around to the other side. And I mean exactly on the other side of where the road, if the road went straight, that's where the road picked back up. And then it turned left and went on out of town. But now on the other side of the lake, right where the road turned back to the left from coming around the curve, turn left to go out of town, sat four little houses, all built the same. They're all um, um, they're all Negro shack, um, shotgun type houses. So they're narrow, and to get to one room, you got to go through. If you don't want to go to the kitchen, you go from the living room through a bedroom and then to the kitchen. So you got to go all the way through the shotgun house. And so there were four of them in a row, all right, for whatever reason. And they were old back then. Now, this was in the 60s. And so Grandma's house was the last one on the left. There's Grandma's house. And so in 1969 was dating this girl. Her granny lived there, and we were go out to visit. Okay. Well, now, before we went to visit Granny, as a Boy Scout, because the Boy Scout camp was out further, as I remember it. And so, being that the Boy Scout camp was out there, and our Boy Scout troop would go out there and camp periodically and so forth, and knew the area as a 12-year-old, we'll say. And so we had heard stories about what happened to the house, the first house on the right, the one closest to the lake, and that there was a lean-to garage, if you will, um, up against the house, and at the back of the house there was a small shed that had a lean-to, like where you could park a vehicle, and then there was a shed with a door on it. And so the story was back then that as Boy Scouts, sitting around the campfire. Did you hear the story? That house on the right when you come around the curve? Yeah. That last house right there? Yeah. Well, that house right there, you can hear, a baby crying and squealing and hollering, and and they say that, that the baby was abandoned, that the mother went crazy, and that the mother just ran away, and that her husband was coming home one night, and she could see him coming down Gun Highway, because she was sitting on the opposite side of the lake, and saw him coming home. This was in the late 40s or early 50s, and she could see him coming down the highway, and he had an old rattle trap, an old car, and bunga bunga bunga, big headlights. Could see him coming down the road, coming down the road, coming down the road, and instead of turning, he just kept coming and coming, and obviously he went into the lake, and she saw it, and she was like, no. Now the baby's in the crib, back in the back, right? Where the car would have been parked, and the back porch is in the back. The baby was in a rocky thingy back in the back. And so now mama is screaming, hollering, and she goes berserk. So mama, they don't know what happened to mama. So that took a long time for anybody to come out that way, because it was, yeah, Gun Highway. I think it's still named that. Um, because I was talking to somebody from down there when they were like, yeah, Gun Highway's still there. So, but anyway, so that this, um, so that it took forever for anybody to come, and all they can do is surmise what happened, because there wasn't nobody there, that knew what was going on at the time. Because her granny didn't move into that house on the end until later on, right? Until after this event, she bought the house and moved in, or rented it or something. Anyway, so the story was, as a Boy Scout now, sitting around the campfire, it's that she went berserk. She went crazy and left her baby in the crib, and that you can still hear the crib squeaking, and you can hear the baby screaming and hollering and wailing, and you can hear the wooden rocker go back and forth and creak and back and forth, and if you go up to the house, it's haunted. And that's because, and well, what happened to what happened to the woman? Nobody knows. Well, what happened to the husband? Well, the next day somebody saw him in the wreck, and they pulled the car out, pulled him out, but nobody ever seen the old woman. She just, well, she wasn't old at the time, okay? So nobody's seen the woman, just that somebody said she went crazy. So she went berserk. That's all they would say. She went berserk. And her baby, they didn't they didn't know the baby was left alone. Nobody went to check on the baby, because they pulled him out of the car, and nobody went to the other side to see what was going on. And the baby died of dehydration by the time they got there. So it was like, oh man, so tragedy, tragedy. And here's the wife somewhere. She's now a crazy bitch, officially, right? So, not to be bad about, you know. So now that's what we heard as in my teens, early teens. The story about the crazy woman and the child and the creaky rocker. Okay. So years later, I'm dating this girl. She's got a grandma that lives on the fourth house on the right, right? So we go to visit grandma, and I'm like, that house is still vacant. And I said, you know, the story about that house, and I don't know if it's true or not. And I said, but the story about that house is about this woman who saw her husband drive into the lake, and he got something happened. He had a heart attack or whatever, and he drowned, and the car was in the lake, and nobody could find her, and nobody knew what was going on. And the grandma was like, she's sitting there, on this, it was one of those rocking chairs that a glider, one of those glider rocking chairs. It was a really nice one. So she's going back and forth and is gliding, and she's nodding. And funny, I should remember that. But so she's, talking there in the in the living room. Actually, it was the mid room. So she's having conversation, and she's like, "Yep," and I'm going, what do you mean, "Yep"? She goes, "Yep, that's that's what we think happened." And I'm like, "Well, no offense, but Grandma Jones, how would you know?" And she was like, "Well, we moved in here right after that happened." Well, you've been here for the last, well, back then it would have been like 15 years ish, 20 years. And she was like, "Oh, yeah, we moved in. It was a tragic event. Well, what about the baby and the cradle and everything?" She goes, "Well, I'd heard something about that, but, you know, don't know too much about that. She's gliding back and forth in her rocking glider. And so we're like, wow, this is strange. And, we go out on the front porch, smoke a cigarette and smoke a bowl, and sitting out there and having a conversation about it. And my girlfriend, she's like, Granny's told me some strange things about this house. And we could sitting there, it's just a little ways down from where I'm sitting. The lake is just a little further down, right? And so I'm sitting there, there's no traffic on the highway back then, and it's 9:30 at night. There's very little traffic out there anyway, but it's 9:30 at night and traffic, goes down like, so I'm looking down, across the driveways of these houses at the lake. And I'm trying to wonder to myself, I wonder what it must have been like with her sitting down there on the edge of the lake, seeing her husband come down the highway and knowing what time it was and everything, 7:30 at night or something, see the headlights come down the highway. And back then, I mean, you could probably still, you can see the headlights from a long way away when you're on one side or the other of the lake, right? I mean, it's just like, you can see way off. So I'm sitting there, and all I could hear was like, the wailing sound. And I was like, nah, no way. I do not hear wailing sounds coming from down yonder. Nope, ain't gonna believe it. Nope, I do. It's the wind. it's the something else. It's the TV. It's the, it's the some other kind of noise, and it's, oh, even if it is on the wind, holy crap, that's a weird sound. Oh, by time to go back in the house, which we did. And so Granny's in there telling our friend a story about something that had happened in the house or something, and uh, and he was like, his eyes were as big as saucers. He's like, man, you got to hear this one, And I was like, what? He goes, well, let's go let's go to the kitchen, and get ourselves a drink here, you know. And I think we had some soda or whatever, and well, maybe a little Jack Daniels, and we were mixing the soda, and um, because we were so far out in the country, we could have a little bit of a little whiskey and a little drink, right? And we were anyway. So we go into the kitchen, and girlfriend stops to talk with grandma, and we go through into the next room, into the kitchen. It's one room, next room, next room. So we're living room, middle room, um, kitchen. So I'm going, what's going on? He goes, this place is haunted. And I said, oh yeah? And I said, okay, tell me. He goes, no, this place is haunted. Grandma has been telling me what's wrong with the place. And I'm going, well, like what? And he goes, man, I don't have time to tell you. He goes, we need to get the hell out of here. And I'm like, dude, it's only like quarter to 10. We were going to stay till 11. And he goes, I don't care. I don't care. He said, I'd rather just, I'd rather just go on. I'd rather just, I'd rather just go on. Come on, Dave, let's go. And I'm like, well, so Fig, what did she tell you? And he said, well, apparently sometime back after this place and after the crazy lady, ran away, you know, that house down on the end, there was something that went crazy some up here at the house, and somebody um, got crazy and broke into the house and was going to kill this lady, and she was doing some sewing, and she pulled a pair of scissors out of her sewing basket, and as this person attacked her, she stabbed the living shit out of him and killed him. Then he's dead. He died here in the house. And that, and well, who was it? Was it Granny? And it was like, no, it wasn't Granny, but Granny was here, and it was her mother that did the stabbing from a guy that broke into the front door. So what? So yeah, there's been a stabbing, killing, and and ever since then the place has been haunted. Well, okay. So, it's a poltergeist, keeps moving stuff around, you know, and that, especially like a pair of scissors or something sharp or, and it was like, yeah, okay, you know, but there on the counter, we were watching, and there was this knife that was sitting on an old sink, right? And I got an old sink here in the bathroom that's probably 100 years old now, but it's a porcelain sink. It's a steel sink, and on one side it's got a drain board. It's a single sink, but it's got a drain board for where you put your stuff, or the dishes to drain. So anyway, so it was one of those, and the knife was sitting up there. Now I understand now later on that because they're metal underneath this the ceramic, that I've seen some magnetic kind of stuff happen, right? So I've seen some metal objects turn, twist, and move, and I'd go over and check on them to see what was going on. Come to find out that, it's a magnetic spot there. Well, not knowing what the hell was going on, we were standing over by the table, not near the sink at all. It was an old house, but we weren't jumping up and down or nothing to make the sink move, which you could do in that old house. The knife starts turning, right? And it kind of slides down the the sidebar a little bit, and then it starts rotating, right? And we look at each other and go, "Are you doing that? No. Are you thinking that? No. Okay, whoever's doing that, stop it." And then it went kind of like, and it went back to still. So then there was something on the stove that rattled while we were standing there talking. And you think we ought to go home? There's been some haunted things in this house. I don't know if we should stay. And then you'd hear one of the lids on the pot just rattle a little bit, and ain't nothing moving, right? No, no. You'd have to go over and take the handle of the pot, the top of the pot, the lid, and wiggle it to get that noise. And there's nobody over there, and we're standing there looking at the stove going, let's go back in the other room. So we didn't dwindle long in that house. And um, there was something else that was creepy before we left. I can't remember what it was, but the channel changed by itself, and it was an old. You had to get up and turn the knob to change the channel. There were very many channels back in the day, especially out there in the in the boondocks where she lived at the time. And so it's like and and the TV went click, 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 and click to the next channel. Now there are a lot of numbers in between channel 8 and channel 10, I think. No, channel 8 and channel 13. Those are the two channels I remember. So, it was on channel 13, and it went click, 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 click down to channel 8. And we were all there in the living room, and I was like, "Come on, time to go home." you know and grandma's like, "Well, that's my next program that I watch." So grandma was used to the channel changing on its own with the old TV, right? She was used to the metal things in the house moving around. She had been in the house when the guy had gotten stabbed with the scissors, and he wasn't dead right away. They had to call somebody, had to wait on somebody to come all the way out in the country, and had to wait on the police, the sheriff, and everything. And so and ambulance and but so they always said that they thought it was the guy that grandma, great grandma had to do. You know, they had to stab this guy, um, you know, to keep him from hurting anybody in the house. So now, fast forward a couple of years, I have moved up here from Tampa, right? It's only been a couple of years. I went back down to Tampa to visit, and it was Christmas time of the year. We went down and talking with relatives and Becky at the time, the old witch, you know, and she's saying, "Oh, Here I saved this um, article from the Tampa Tribune. Oh yeah, it was on in the B section, right? But it was on the front page of the B section, and it was about wild woman breaks into um, country store. So here was all these years later, the crazy woman was still being crazy out there in the country where that house is was. And that what she would do is she would do what some folks do now. She'd open up the door and rush into the store and grab things and then rush out again. And so in this one country store out there, they were the ones that she used to go in their store the most, right at the time. And then as the years went on, they built some other stores that were closer to where things happened out there, and so she was seen going in some of these other stores that had just been built within the last couple of years, and they weren't used to this wild woman. By now she had white gray hair and crazy and scantily clothed and would run in and just mumble stuff and holler and grab things and then run back out of the store. So I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Because that story goes back to the story of when we were Boy Scouts camping. It's the story of the old woman who lost her baby and her husband who drowned in the lake. So she was the one who went nuts when her husband got drowned in the lake back in the early 50s, and whose child dehydrated and she went crazy. They don't know where she went. They don't know where she'd been living, but she'd been living out there in the palmettos and swamp and forest and stuff out there. Um, but she'd been sneaking things off of clotheslines, and she'd been sneaking into the stores and grabbing stuff for something to eat. And so, but I had moved to Georgia, and that would have been 70, 70, 73. I moved to Georgia in 73. And so it would have been like, the winter of 73 or 74. I came back, and here's this article in the newspaper. So the old crazy woman was last seen, going into this store, out on Gun Highway, um, and people were like, down they know the folks that in the newspaper did not know the whole story, and I was like, we know the rest of the story, as the saying goes, you know, we remember the story about what happened, and everybody said, "Oh, that's just a crazy story." But so, where did this wild woman come from? You know, that has been seen over the years in people's backyards and going through garbage and stuff, and going into stores. So, where did this crazy woman come from? She's the woman who lost her child. She's the woman who watched her husband drive into the lake. And we think that she ran around the lake as fast as she could go. And when she got there, he was trapped in the car. He was already drowned. And all she could do was stand on the edge of the lake and scream. And that it snapped. And so jumping around the car, and the car is submerged. The lights are still on, you know, and she's by herself and she's screaming help, and there ain't nobody for miles and miles and miles and miles back then. because that was in the, the late 40s, early 50s. Early 50s were surmising. So, but after all this time, 50s, 60s, 70s, so, been 25 years since the original incident kind of thing. So it's like, well, and she was, 18, 20 years old at the time, so she's 40, 50 years old, and she's wild haired, living in the swamp. Her hair's all tangled and knotted and full of pine cones and stuff, and she's still living out there in the swamp as of that time. So now, is that a scary story? But it is in a way, in that we could hear the moaning, and we could hear the echo of something three doors down, if you will. And walking down, there was a it was like a communal driveway for the houses. The road came off from around the curve of the lake, and then curved back to go on out of town. And so there was, to get off the highway there at the curve. So there was a little driveway that was a communal driveway for all these row houses sitting there. So, me in the evening, I walk down there and I'm standing there and looking at the lake and imagining I'm listening, and then walking back, and then I start hearing this noise, and I'm like, nah, it can't. Nah, it ain't no baby. It ain't no ghost. No, 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 no. But then all this other stuff was happening in the house, and grandma and all this other stuff. We're like, okay, time to go. So that spot right there was ghosty, I'm going to say. And, the fact that I saw, the crazy old woman, that had gone out of the store, it got caught on a camera. And so it was like, that was proof to me that the story that we heard back in the 60s about what had happened was true. This woman lost her baby. This woman saw her husband go into the lake. There's some haunted stuff going on with the house. There's some energy and stuff, and after through the years, she's been seen, you know, going in and out of these, convenience stores and everything, up and down the highway, you know, really close together kind of thing. And other people have seen her like stealing clothes off the line. So it's like, so is that true? Is that a ghost story? No, but it is ghostly in and of itself. Which leads me to another story that happened down in Tampa, in an huge old house. It was downtown in a neighborhood that was about to be torn down. And they tore it down to build an overpass. And at the time, like a dumbass, I put $100 down to buy this 2.5-story house. It had 5 fireplaces in it. This thing was huge. Had a porch on it that went halfway around the house, and then there was the back porch. The two didn't connect though. Um, but beautiful old house, big rooms, tall ceilings, right? So I got to get with this guy, and so I'm paying him $100 a month to buy the place, right? When for me, I couldn't rent a place for $100 a month, right? So, and there was no electricity or anything like that. And it was in a neighborhood where on one end of the street, there were like two houses on one side, one on the corner, and then one this way down the street. And then on the other side of the street, there was one on the corner and one house down on this side of the street. And then the rest of the houses were empty down to a dead end. So this house was like the next to the last one to the dead end. Big, beautiful house, right? But no, they weren't. That they were for sale, but you had to move them. All right, that was the deal. So, hey, Crow, how are you? I'm doing great. I haven't been reading the chat. I've been trying to stay on task with the stories. So, and everything I'm telling you is the truth. These are true stories, true hauntings, true whatever. So we go into this house, and now the guy's like, you know, you're paying me $100 a month, which back in 1970 was like a large sum of money. And so you can, I don't care what you do to the house, it's yours. You paid me $100 every month, it's yours. So now I've got a couple of friends, and we're all staying in the house, right? And each one of the folks is coming up with a little bit of money. We're living off of, bologna and Wonder Bread, and, living a life of Riley. And we got a couple of mattresses and a little bit of this. Not much. There's a couple of chairs and an old couch in there, but it's a place for me to crash. Now, other people don't care. No offense to the other people, but, I don't care if you crash here, but you got to bring your own stuff, right? Um, it's been a testing week. Well, may it get better, my brother Crow. So there are 5 fireplaces in this place. At least there's one downstairs, one, and then one on the other side of the great room. So there's 2, and there's one back in the 2. There's 4. There's one in the kitchen. That's 5. Oh, and there were 3 upstairs. So that makes it like 8 fireplaces. I'm not lying, man. There were fireplaces all over this thing. And so everything's groovy. So it's not very hot in the place, but it's where we can get light into each room. So we've got a couple of candles in each room, beautiful staircases, one in the front of the house and one in the back. So we can go up and down. There's a bathroom, but it's old. And there's, no, if you got to piss or poo, you got to go outside. That's the rule. No pissing or pooing in the house. We don't want that smell. So it had a musty smell, and it was old. And so we're sitting in there, you know, um, by the firelight, you know, it was our campfire kind of sort of, you know. So the big fireplace in one of the big upstairs rooms, it was a big fireplace. It was like 40 inches, 50 inches wide, it wasn't no little fireplace. It was pretty good size. So we'd get just enough paper and stuff burning in there to light up, part of the room, and because we didn't have any money to hook up electricity or nothing, and didn't have any permits or nothing like that. So, but $100 a month, with the deal I had with the guy was like, yeah. So, had the place for 3 months. And in that 3 months, some of the weirdest shit happened in that house. And some of it blamed on pranks from some of the other people who learned that, oh, we heard that there's this guy that's got this house right downtown Tampa, you know, down there on 3rd Street or something. And they're a bunch of people, they're crashing there in this big old house. So, there were some homeless folks, kind of hippie types that moseyed in, some of them brought some drugs. Nobody brought any needles, though. It was weed, it was alcohol, it was hash. There was an unbelievable amount of blonde Lebanese hash around at that particular time, in that 3 month period, kind of there. And so we were getting high, right? And we had the room lit, but it was firelight, you know. So there are shadows dancing on the wall. Now, there were um I want to say there was one or two of the rooms that had like an old painting in it. Some painting, but I can't remember what the painting was about, right? I have this picture of this it's a boat that's leaning up on, it's right side up, but it's leaning up on the shore, and it's up on, there's seagulls and everything, but anyway, and I don't know if that was there. And I've seen that picture that I'm talking about with the boat, and it's like a New England, seashore or something. Anyway, so and then there was some other that it seemed like there was a woman sitting in a chair. Um, that's a woman sitting in a chair, rocking chair. Don't know, you know what kind of room. Don't know, but a woman sitting in a chair. So everything else bare walls, but the walls were in pretty decent shape. There was a little bit of wallpaper pulled off, but so the walls were pretty good. And I say that in that because in this great room upstairs, the walls were really nice. I mean, you could fix the place up and get some electricity. And I was talking with another guy, and we were like, there's 4 apartments in just upstairs, and you'd have to share a bathroom, and but there are 4 apartments up here, and this huge room, and blah blah blah. So at nighttime, we're talking about things, and we're getting high, and we're smoking a 20, you know, which we just passed one. So we'll smoke this 20 with you. And so being homeless myself, except for this big house that, with all these rooms and fireplaces, um, no running water. But mostly, the house was a place, to sleep, a place to go at night, a place to call home. And it was great. So we're telling stories, we're talking, there's a few people, less than 10, a couple of people downstairs who don't like it upstairs. They like it downstairs. Then I'm like, whatever you do, we can't make the house too bright. because then that draws attention to us, especially at night with the cops. So whatever you do, you can have a fire in a fireplace, but you got to keep it down. You can have a candle, but and you can have a flashlight. There we wasn't much too much in the flashlights back then. Flashlights were crappy. So, but you can have a flashlight. You can have a this or that. You could no Coleman lanterns. That was too bright. So, but we had to keep the lights down low because of the police. And so everybody knew it and everybody stayed to that. So, but that made the whole place creepy. That made the shadows on the wall in each room dance around. The people who were sitting in that room, one or two, minding their own business, just talking, you know, and then seeing the firelight dance. And then there's two silhouettes on the wall, and then there's a third silhouette on the wall. And you look over there and you go, wait a minute, there's Joey and there's Sandy, and who the fudge is that? There's only two people in this room, and there are three shadows on the wall. But whoa, hey, whoa, whoa, and everybody gets shook up a little bit. Did you see that? And then what? And you'd move over and this, and you separate back out, and everything. And there's no third entity now. But it was there. You saw it. Yeah, I saw it. Did you see it? Yeah, I saw it too. Okay. You know, so everybody goes back to normal, but now you're weirded out because you have seen a third shadow on the wall. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything malevolent going on. All right. There doesn't seem to be anybody that wants to go stabbing, or, there doesn't seem to be any negative energy. Now, at the time, being a youngin', I'm 17 years old, right? I don't know shit. And so I'm trying to figure out, there's an extra shadow on the wall. There ain't no doubt. I've seen some freaky things. I have been out on Gun Highway. I've understood about this stuff, but all this shit is new to me. I'm in this old house that was built in the late 1800s, like 1890 something, early 1900. It's that old. And we're upstairs in one of the classy rooms. There's all kinds of sculpted stuff on the around the top and the molding and everything. It's gorgeous, right? And got to live in it for 3 months. So so what's the extra shadows on the wall? So in each of the rooms, I started you know, I started watching. Like, okay, in this big great room, the fireplace, sits over here and it casts its light in this direction. And so anything that comes from, this fireplace, something's got to be sitting in front of it for it to cast a shadow and on that yonder wall. Okay. Something's got to be sitting in front of the fireplace for it to cast a shadow on that there yonder wall. Period. Okay. And so that's the way it works in all the rooms. Fireplace over here, light gets shined over there. That wall is where the shadows are. Exactly. So I remember it was like a dining room upstairs. And it was the smallest fireplace upstairs, but it was still a sizable fireplace. So we've got a small a little burner in there just to give light. so that we could get from room to room to room. We could pass between the rooms and get to the stairwell, for example, or to get to another room on the other side of the house, because there were rooms that were linked together on this side of the house, and then you had to go all the way around to either the front room or all the way to the kitchen to go around to the other side, and then you could go through all of those rooms on that side of the house. All right. So the fireplaces shared each other. So on this side of the house was a fireplace, and on the opposite side, on the other wall, was a fireplace that was over there. So we knew where the other fireplace was. We knew how far down the wall, kind of, sort of, what was going on, and because then we would sit in the room and just observe. We'd get high. Let me tell you, we'd smoke some good weed. Some I remember doing some um, mescaline, and we did some mescaline there in the house. And boy, what a trip that was! So we're watching the shadows on the wall. Did a video on the paranormal. Wished I had it to repost. That I remember it though. So anyway, we did a test in each one of the rooms, is what I'm getting to. But each one of the rooms had a different feel to it. This room over here felt feminine, and it was like a sitting room where, women would have sat with their knitting and whatever, and it had that feel to it, right? And so on the other side felt more manly, like somebody was smoking cigars. So, and we couldn't prove it, but that's the way it felt. And we had the upstairs laid out, after a week or so of being there and hanging out. This is, the old guys sat up here and smoked, and the ladies sat back here and they did their knitting. And then back over here, some of the slaves, were cooking upstairs for these white folk, and it could have been Cubans, it didn't necessarily have to have been black, but they had, they had servants. Whoever owned this house had servants for sure. So, and so living there, so it's like you could, in the one back room, you could tell that it was like there were servants walking, carrying stuff. You could see the shadow, and it was like somebody walking with a tray of something, but walking with a tray, and the shadow would go across the wall, and you'd look at the fireplace, knowing you was next to the fireplace, and there wasn't nothing between that and the wall to cast that shadow. So there goes somebody carrying a tray, and then in the other room, you could hear a rocking chair, and you could see the shadow of what looked like somebody sitting in a rocking chair, that was doing needlepoint or something. So the whole house, each room had its own set of characters in those rooms. So for me, it was like another lesson in spooks and ghosts, because we couldn't see the ghost, but we could see the the shadow of the ghost. And it was uncanny. It was like there's nobody here, but there it goes. And each night was a little different. Some nights were the same. Like upstairs, I remember from this little kitchenette area on the back of the house. And I'm pretty sure it was looking at the house, it was on the right hand side. And it was like the back room back there that would have connected to the slave servants' quarters, kitchen area, and the back stairs. And so there was a lot of commotion going on back there. And one night it looked like a fight, you know, and um, on this side of the house, it was there was some dainty mixing with men, almost like the men having the women up and having drinks or whatever. So um, phantom smells is all I remember smelling. Yeah, there were smells too that came along with it. And it was an old house and it was musty, but it wasn't a dirty smell. It was just old. And we burned a lot of the stuff in the house, so there wasn't a lot of stuff laying around. And we brought in, little twigs and things and stuff. I'm an old Boy Scout, and back then, I was still, I was fresh out of high school and on my own, and I still knew all my Boy Scout stuff. That was still fresh in my mind too. So I knew how to build fires, and we collected wood and stuff from the neighborhood, and some of the other houses were falling down, and there was there were some boards and stuff in the house, and then the next one over, that it property condemned under blah blah blah. So we went around and swiped wood so we could burn in the fireplaces, and but it was nice, but it was creepy. And the creepiness was that it felt like while we were staying in that house, it felt like we were in a different age. Once we cleaned up that big room upstairs and swept the floor and had a place to sit and everything, and when it got cool, we were all kind of sitting up closer to the fireplace, and there wasn't no wind blowing through the windows or nothing, and we had the lights down low and everything was groovy, and there was just a presence in the house. So that house is long gone, since gone. It's a shame because the the energy that was in those boards. I've been in other old buildings since then in my 73 years, and there was just an oldness and a thing, and you could just each room you could just feel the men sitting around smoking cigars, and you could actually kind of sort of smell the tobacco in that room. But in the middle room and towards the back, it was a sitting room for the women. It just had that flair, where they sat and had tea because it was close to the upstairs um, little kitchenette thing up at the top of the stairs. So, but anyway, no, there was no bad presences in the house. There was some strange ones, but there was nothing like anybody wanting to stab somebody with a pair of scissors. Now, that was that house in Tampa. So I'm going to move north now into Georgia. So the haunting continues as I move north. So now I've moved out of Tampa in the 70s, and I moved into South Georgia in 73, right? And had my first youngin in 74. And got to have a place to live. Looking for some old houses around here in South Georgia. Back then, there were plenty of them. And me being a fixer upper, I'm like, okay, get me a house. It might have a broken window or two, but I can replace windows, and I know how to fix doors and rehang things. I know how to do that stuff. So alrighty. So looking for a house that I could work on, which I did, and found this place, and it was winter time. It got winter time early that year, and I had not been in the winter time in a long time because I grew up in Tampa. So now the winter time is becoming winter time, which means the wind is blowing, and to me, it is blowing a mighty wind. It is cold. It feels like it's 100 below zero, and I'm freezing my natty balls off. And so, what do? I'm like, holy mackerel, there ending, So I gotta, fix around the doors and around the windows, and I gotta, fix it up so that that air don't come and get us. And it's an old house, and I installed a heater, a wood heater. They're like, you can't put a wood heater in here. You want to bet? I lifted up one of the windows and put a pipe out the window and out the side and up. And I was like, I can't afford electricity. I can't afford gas, but I can cut and find firewood to put in that heater. So over the years, that's what I've been doing. So started going to this one place down the railroad tracks a bit, and out there in the country. And I was going around this there was a a stock shed. They, way back in the day, they dried tobacco in it. But in recent earlier, they used it as a pack shed. So they had put stuff up overhead, but they were storing stuff in there, right? And in one part, they were storing some feed and stuff. And so it was towards the back end of the property, but a lot of oak limbs and things had fallen. And there was a couple of pecan trees that nestled up to those old oak trees. And when the wind blew, it knocked limbs down. And so I'd go out there and collect them, and they was just the right size to go. I could break them with my hand, didn't need a power saw or nothing. So I could break it up with my hand and put it in the heater. The other thing that I collected was pallets. Now, people are going pallet crazy these days. I was using pallets back in 1974. You know, folks just, I was way ahead of the curve. So I was breaking up pallets and burning them. I was breaking up. So I'm going around some of this old pack house. And so I've noticed that, I have not moved anything in this pack house. Man, it's got a chain that goes through a hole through the old door that swings back and forth. And then, the chain goes through the whole side of the building and is hanging out the side, right? And they had just looped this chain around 2 or 3 times and pulled it tight, right? And that it was closed. And so if you pushed it hard up in there, the door wouldn't come out unless you gave it a good tug. So anyway, I'm out there and I'm collecting wood, and the door's standing open and the chain's undone. And I'm like, okay, the people here must have been in the pack house, right? So now I'm nosy, because I go all the time and I'm keeping an eye on things, and I want to go over there because now it's open. I did not do this. Now I can peek in, and since it's you know swinging freely, I can freely open a little bit and say the wind done it, so I can get a good look at what's inside. So there's not really anything in there. There's some dust on the floor, and um, um, that doesn't look like anybody's been in there, right? Dust on the floor. I mean, thick dust on the floor. So the floor is up about my waist. So to get up in it, I got to climb up on a block and then climb up again. So it's and I'm not going in the pack house. I'm just looking. So I say, okay, doke, close the door. Now, I don't know whether I should pull the chain back through the hole like I know to do and to give it the one, two, three and tighten, or to leave it open like I found it. So I opted for I will close it, lock it, and if anybody says anything, I'll say, I found it open and I locked it for you. Okay. So a few days later, because it's fall and it's cold and I'm collecting wood, and I noticed that it's open again. And this time, since I had got a good look in it, I'm like, let me go over there and open up the door, and maybe I'll talk to the folks who own the place, and if there's anything missing or anything like that, and I'll just let them know that because they know me and I've been around, and so I say, well, I was there and I didn't see anything missing, and so now I look in there, and there's something missing, and I can't tell you what it is, but there was like some boxes stacked up, and and the stack that wasn't as high. Something was missing on the stack. No problem. I just noticed those kind of things, and I was like, well, somebody's been in here. Now this is all towards the back. You got to get in to get back there, to reach up there to get what was ever up there, right? A box of something, might have been Christmas ornaments, don't know. So, but there was something missing. So, but then I looked on the floor and there was no dust. But all the dust was still very heavy. No footprints, no scuff marks. And if I'd have had to get in there just to walk over there, I would have left scuff marks, meaning in the dust. You'd have known that I'd been in there. You'd have known that somebody had been in there. No scuff marks, no footprints in the dust, nothing rearranged on the floor, but there's something missing that was up there. Now I take notice really good. I'm like, okay, there's a box there. There's some tools on that shelf right there. There's some shelves on this side over here. There's some nails and some jars and things and stuff over here. And I see this stuff, and there's a big box over there on the floor in the corner. There's some stuff over here. And I note all this stuff. I'm closing the door, right? So I close the door. Pull the chain through, do the one, two, three, give it a tight. And it's 2 days later because I'd had to work a double shift. And I'm out there by the barn. Sure enough, the door's open. All right. Ah, crap. So I creep out there. Now I'm looking for, can I remember if where something is or isn't, right? And so I remember, there's some fertilizer over here. And I creak open the door, and there's a box that's back up back up where I thought the box was missing, right? It's back. Big kind of box. And it looks like there are, Christmas decorations in it, right? But it's back on top of the shelf. No scuff marks in the dirt or in the dust. Nothing moved. There's no, and I mean, you could blow on the dust on the floor and you could move it there, but that box is back up there on that shelf. I closed the door. I pulled the chain back through, and I said, "Okie dokie." I guess they were done with the box, you know. So that was the ghost of the pack house. That certain things would appear and disappear out of that pack house. And I didn't go in it, but there wouldn't be a bit. And the old lady that owned the place, she'd go, "Oh, if I need something, will you climb up there and get it for me?" "Yes, ma'am." But most of the time she'd just go, "Well, I see it's still up there. Okay, never mind." And that's usually how it went. But if I had crawled up in that pack house, I would have disturbed the dust. Now, who is that? Is that you, Sheila? Miss Sheila's in there? Oh, I got to take my meds. It's getting late. So, this next story is a true story. All right. All of these stories that I'm telling you are true stories that have happened to me. I hope your hips are doing well. I know it hurts, but you know, February come before you know it. So let me take a hit and let me get my meds and then I'll tell the story. All right. But it happened. Um, I think I learned about this house before I went to Tampa in the 70s. Okay. So just to set it up, I'd heard about this house, and I think it was when I was in Quincy, Florida, working with Southland Amusement, the carnival. Me and my wife at the time had met this black family. He was working the rides, and his wife was working in the cookhouse. So Patricia was working one of the joints, and I was working one of the rides as usual, the scrambler, I think. And he was working, I think he was working the octopus. And like I said, she was helping out in the cookhouse. So his husband and wife had invited us to stay at their place there in Quincy, right? So we didn't have to drive back to Moultrie every night or rent a room or to try to stay on a ride and Arnie and Becky didn't have enough room to for us to stay there anyway. So but so to be able to stay with this couple there in Quincy, and be like a mile and a half or 2 miles from the lot was great. So we learned about this as we stayed with them. We learned about this root doctor. Okay. So this is the story of the root doctor. And it's sort of complicated in that I heard about it here back at this time. And then I got thrown in jail. And then I hear about a root doctor while I'm in jail. Then I come back up to South Georgia after I get out of jail. And several years later, talking with some folks, and they start talking about the root doctor. And this is many years in between, but they all lead back to this area towards Quincy. Now, I'm going to take a hit and get something to drink, and I got to take my meds, and then I'll get into the story real good. But it is absolutely true. And when I found out over the years the link between, I'm like, it's a good one, and it's true. And it does involve a ghost. Y'all hang out for a minute, got to take my heart meds. So this story starts as a story with this couple from Cairo, Georgia. Okay, y'all can hear me while I get my meds. And so, let's see, there's one at bedtime. There's one at bedtime. I get them from the table and bring them over here, and then I take them. So they're talking about that. I think their aunt has got the gout or something, right? And I think he's been in the Navy, he's been in the service, and I don't think he's from South Georgia. I think he's from like New York or upstate somewhere, and she is from South Georgia. Well, actually, we're in North Florida. Quincy's over west of Tallahassee, just below the line. It's of Georgia. So um, that's the sorbide. I love saying that word. Um, her mama has got the gout or something. And so she's talking to her husband about that we have worked Friday night, and we're talking about what time is call tomorrow on Saturday at the carnival. What time is call, what time you're going to be needed, what time you need to show up, etc. So we're discussing it between us. Trisha's got to be there at one time. I got to be there at a specific time, when the ride's open, for the matinee. What time is the matinee? Got to be there for that. But she doesn't have to be there for matinee. And, but he does, and Trish does, but she don't. And so, okay, she's going to take the car and she's going to go with mama and she's going to go visit this root doctor for her mama. Okay. So now that's what she does. All right. Everything's fine, dandy, groovy, everything. And so later on, she comes to the lot and she's working in the cookhouse and everything. We close that night. We go spend the night again. So as we're chatting, sitting around and smoking one and drinking a beer, she tells her husband, that she took her mama out to see the root doctor, and he mixed her up a poultice to put on the gout, and it'd help it out, and etc. And she said, "Man, I had to drive out down the dirt road and went out yonder and then turned into a field. And Lord have mercy," she says, "I didn't think we was ever going to get to this place." So she describes driving across this cow field. Okay. So, got the stuff for her mama and everything's groovy. And so I don't think about this for a while. So we thank them very much for, the stay and the story and the hospitality and everything. And do I have all of these? I got to yakking and I don't know if I have them all. Hang on. Let me see if I took all of these. Yep, I got that one. All right. Let me swallow these and I'll be done. Um, so fast forward a few years, and I get separated from my wife. I get in trouble with the law down in Florida for some heavy duty drugs and end up spending a year down there, right? So now, while I am incarcerated in the Hillsborough County Jail for a year, you know, at the pleasure of the good, Sergeant Castleberry, who uh, who he and his relatives are from Ellington, Georgia, which was like 13 miles from where I was living in Berlin, Georgia. So we became fast friends while I was incarcerated and worked in the jailhouse in the kitchen. So I had privileges without having to do anything nasty. I was just a good old homeboy, from the South. So there was a young black guard who uh, who took care of us on second shift. And we always called it going to our house, and which was our cell upstairs from the kitchen. So he would come through on second shift, and he'd come into the kitchen, and we'd be sitting in there watching TV and getting ready and doing some things and prepping for the next day. And so a lot of second shift guards would come in and go, "What'd y'all have for supper? You got any leftovers? And can you make me, hey, Mr. Dave, can you make me a sandwich?" "Well, sure, Lieutenant. Let me see what I got in the freezer. And so we got extra phone privileges, and we got to sit and play cards in the kitchen without being interrupted by anybody. Um, got to sit in the stock room, and we had a little TV they let us have on our own. And so we could watch our TV programs we wanted to watch without having to argue with 20 other guys, you know. So we, you know, that was our privileges, right? And we had them. But I'd make the Sarge a sandwich in a heartbeat, right? So anyway, one of them was a corporal, this young black man. So he'd come in and go, "All right, guys, it's time to go up. It's time to go up," you know, and he'd beat his stick on the bars and or tap it, tap it, tap. Time to go up to your house. You know, yes, sir, Mister Conkle or whatever his name was. I can't remember. He's a very polite man now. Let me tell you. So I still think I gotta. No, I took one of those. I'm sorry. I gotta make sure I took all my meds. Nope, that's what I'm not taking anymore. I gotta go get a blood test in the morning. Um. So anyway, one night he's taking us upstairs to our house, to our cell block on the second floor, and he's got to unlock the gate for us to get through. So he goes in front, unlocks, and opens up the gate, and then we follow in. So he went, opened up the gate, and left it open because we'd done this so many times before, and he would just leave it open because he knew he was going to have to come back there in a minute. And so instead of turning around and locking it behind us, we just he would just unlock it, open the gate, and walk on down and make a left and go down and open that gate. And that's where we lived. That's where our cell was. So instead of locking it, and unlocking it, boss man, we're not going to try to escape. So he got to the point where he did trust us with that. And so he would leave that one gate open. So what it meant is that I saw him walk ahead of me, and he took a couple of steps, and he was like one leg was down, up, down, and I was like, I could watch his hips, and because I'd worked with a physical therapist at Green Oak Center before I got thrown into jail, I learned about physical therapy, having had my leg broken and several operations on it before I was thrown in jail. I had practice with this. So I knew how I walked because one leg is still shorter than the other after all these years. And so I was watching the corporal walk in front of me. And as I came up next to him, I said, "Hey, Corporal," I said, "you're you're limping a little bit tonight. There's you got an old football injury?" Then he turned to me and he was like, "Why do you want to know?" And I was like, "Because I got a bad leg and I limp, and it's because of an old football injury." And he goes, "No, mind your own business." Now, he's not usually a rude dude. He turned rude like that. So I'm like, "Well, okay." So a little time passed, and he'd work for a week on and then a week off. And so um, a couple of days later, he's really limping. And I'm like, "Boss man, I don't mean to interrupt, but I said, you know, you need some help with that leg. You sure are limping hard. You know, I know a little bit of therapy. Is there anything I can do for you? You need some ice on that thing? You know, I could help you with that, you know." no, mind your own business. And I said, so how'd you get it? You know, playing football, you know. So I kept pressing him as to how did it happen, you know. So he's like, well, but you know, and now he knows I'm like, boss man, you know, he's known me now for months. He's put me up in my cell block, you know, 4 out of 5 days out of 7 days of the week. He has put me in my cell block. He has locked me in my bed in my bedroom, you know. And so he has known me. He's been around me and the other guys. We've been trustees. You know, we have been, you know, um, trusting trustees. We haven't caused any trouble. They haven't tried to steal nothing or nothing that they knew of. Um, so, you know, about 2 or 3 weeks went by, and he was walking down the hall in front of me, doing the same thing to open up our cell block. And I was like, hey, Corporal. I said, it looks like you're walking better now. That bad leg, you know, not bothering you as bad, you know. And he was like, man, you sure want to bother me about that? And I said, no. I said, you know, I explained to him I studied physical therapy when I was in Georgia before I got busted in Tampa, and that I also had had a lot of trouble with my leg, and that I'd been through a lot of therapy, and I was just curious if there was something, you know, that he had a broken leg or something, and had and if he had to go to therapy, and how was that working out for him? I was just curious, you know. I said, you know, okay, it's none of my business. You ain't got to tell me shit, boss man, you know. And he goes, no, it's just you know, it's just a strange story that I don't like to tell people. I'm like, well, okay. So, um, and I was getting books from the library, which was, you know, a roll around cart, you know, that a couple of the trustees kept up, and they were free books that somebody purchased out yonder, you know. There were people that, you know, do you need books for your library? Yes, ma'am. And they would go out and buy up a bunch of paperbacks and then donate them to the library cart. So the things that I was reading that was coming across was a lot of science fiction. So he was watching what I was reading because I would have it under my arm or in my hand. He'd always, you know, take the book and flip it over to make sure there was nothing in the book. And so he knew what I was reading. So one of the books that I was reading one time caught his eye and he goes, you know, do you believe in this paranormal stuff? And I go, yeah, man, I do because of some of the stuff I seen in Tampa, like, you know, what I lived in, you know, in the house with all of the fireplaces I just told about. So he's like, well, you know, he said, well, I got a story I could tell you. And I said, well, boss man, anytime. So he put me up in my house, you know, locked the door, and he goes, well, one day. So it was about 2 days later, you know, second shift. He's working. We're done downstairs early. And instead of taking me up to go around the corner to my house, he's like, come in here to the office and sit down, close the door. Now, the little guard office is just, it's the, you come out of the elevator and the office is right there on the right. And it was just a couple of steps, 10 feet to the hallway, to the hallway that ran up and down. And this is where all the cell blocks were. So anyway, so sit down. Okay. He said, "You want to hear that story?" I said, "Yeah, let me get situated here in my chair, Mr. Corporal." So he said, "Well, it happened," he said, "when I was born." And I said, "Really? So you had a bad hip problem?" I said, "My brother was born with what was called Legg-Perthes disease, and he had to have a special brace built for his leg so that he had to keep his hip off from having any kind of pressure on it. And he had to be like that for like 2.5 years." I said, "I understand. We've been there, done that. So what about you? And he goes, "Well," he said, "when I was little," he said, I was very feeble. He said, "I couldn't walk." And he said, "Mama kept me in a wicker basket." And I said, "All right." And he said, "What year was you born?" And I said, 1952. And he said, "Well, I was born in 1954. So he was 2 years younger than me at that time. Well, still is if he's alive. So he said, "You know how it was back in them days?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." I said, "We moved from Ohio down to Tampa back in them days, in 58, in the winter of 58. And I remember them days. I sure do. So I remember what it's like to come through Florida back in them days. I grew up in Florida back in them days." So he goes, "Well, then you know what I'm talking about." And I go, "Yes, sir, I do." And he said, "Well," he said, "I was so feeble that when I was little, Mama kept me in a wicker basket. Like you'd hang up your clothes, put your clothes in, take them out, hang them up to, on the line." And he said, she had different jobs around on the farm there and where they worked. And she got farm work and picking tomatoes and things and stuff and beans and peas and. And so, I could sit there in that wicker basket and, she could keep an eye on me. And he said, "But anytime I tried to walk," he said, I just didn't have the strength. I couldn't do it." And he said, "So I started getting really poorly." And he said, "Really poorly." And Mama had been really concerned, and Daddy was at work most of the time, but Mama had done talked to Aunt Pearl on the phone, and Aunt Pearl had talked to one of her cousins up in Georgia, and say had taken me to every doctor that they could find that could look at me and ask about my condition and why was I so poorly and how come I couldn't do this. And he said that they had just run out of doctors, that they had driven now in 54, 55, 56, 57. In 1957, driving south to Fort Lauderdale from Tampa was a big deal. You had, there weren't many roads across the swamp down there. So they had went down to Fort Lauderdale and Miami to some doctors down there to try to see if they could help their son. And there was no good. And he goes, and they brought me back home. And then I was still sickly and poorly. And I didn't want to eat anything. And I felt all I could do was just sit in the basket. And so Mama, kept good care of me and everything. And But she was so worried, and she had talked to, but Aunt Thelma up in up up in North Georgia, up in North Florida, they'd been talking, and that they wanted her to go up and take me to see a root doctor up there in the Panhandle. And she says, "Oh no, I don't believe in that kind of stuff." She goes, "Now listen here, you done been to all the white man's doctors. Now what you gonna do? You done. They ain't got nothing for you. What you gonna do with this boy?" Now he's telling me this story. It's him he's talking about. And he said, "Mama said I remember her talking, to Aunt Zelda, and back then it was a big deal to make a phone call to North Florida. So you had to go down, you had to put money in the thing, or you had to find somebody with a phone that you could charge it to. So they had made a phone call up to the Panhandle up there, up towards Tallahassee, was they remember, up towards Tallahassee. So, all right, now what are we going to do? We say, well, we need to get in touch with, you need to get in touch with her and find out what to do. So they said they need to send her a letter, all right? And it needs to be addressed to her, but then inside the envelope needs to be another letter, and it needs to be addressed to, it was like Vincent or something. And she said, okay, and what do I do? You write in there what's wrong and that you need help, and, and whatever. And then send it up here. Send it to me. And then I will get it to the person. Okay. All right. So hang up the phone. She writes out the letter. She puts it in the envelope. She does exactly what she's told, licks the envelope, puts on a stamp, and in the mail it goes. So it's about a week, 10 days, she gets a message back to come in 3 days, bring the boy, and there was bring something else, but I can't remember what it is right now. And so it was to bring something else, to bring the boy, and he had to be dressed a certain way or something. And they was going to bring him up, and he had to bring something with him. It wasn't something big, but he had to bring something with him. It was like cinnamon or something. He had to bring something with him. It might have been tobacco as an offering. So to bring an offering, So, okay. So they had an old rattle trap pickup truck. And he said, I remember is sitting on the front seat of the pickup truck, bouncing along. And he goes, back in them days, going up, Highway 41 and going up Highway 19. And, I remember going up and down that highway with the carnival back in the 60s. And, which wasn't too much longer after what he was talking about, because he'd been up there in the late 50s, and I was going through there, 6 or 7 years later, with the carnival. So he said, I remember sitting on the front seat of the pickup truck, bouncing up and down, riding up, we're going to North Florida, we're going to the Panhandle. And he said, we're going along and going along and going along. And he said, it was a long ride up there. And back in them days, in an old pickup truck, it wasn't but 45 miles an hour. And that's true, and it was a rough road. And so he goes, we made it. He goes, we We got up there towards Tallahassee, and he says, I remember getting up there to Perry. And he said, from Perry, all I remember was Mama saying, we got some directions here. We got to keep going towards Tallahassee, he says. So they get some gas and something to eat. And it's, in the late afternoon, and they got some directions, and they go up towards Quincy. But they don't get to Quincy, they go towards Quincy. And they get up through there, and there's take this county road and go this way. And the instructions say that he's supposed to be on county road, 29, and it's a dirt road. And you got to go 3 miles from the crossroads. And then there's going to be follow this old fence row on the right. And it's going to, about a half a mile down past where the hog pen is, you're going to see a gate that goes into, a pasture. Turn right into that pasture. And they're driving along, and they're like, this is crazy, and it's like, but this is what the directions say. It says right here, it's written down, and this is what we got to do. And so they're driving along, and they go down the dirt road. They're puttering along. They're counting the fence posts, and then all of a sudden it's like there's the gate. I guess this is where we turn in. So they turn into the gate, and down through this cow field they go. Across the. I had some clients that I used to pick up in a bus every day. I used to have to go through this fence and across this cow field to their house, which was way in the back of this cow field. And there was no road. You just had to drive through the field to get back to their house. So anyway, it was like that. So they're, and they see go over the hill, and they see this old, ramshackled old house. Looks like it's about to fall down. The floor looks like it's a little caved in, and the roof's a little off to the side. Now their instructions are to put the boy in the basket and set him on the front porch with a blanket and something he had to have in there with him. And they were to leave him. And Mama was like, I can't believe we're out here. We drove a half a mile across this cow pasture over to this little old dung house falling down, and you want me to put my son in the basket on the front porch and leave him for the night. We got to turn around and leave and not come back till tomorrow morning. So Mama started to freak out, and Daddy's like, the sun's starting to go down, honey. If that's what the instructions say, now we got to do this. So he said, Mom and Daddy, I'm looking at one, and Daddy's over here talking, and he goes, I'm hiding. I'm starting to hide under the blanket now. He said, I know what they're talking about. He said, I can see the front porch. And he said, Daddy took me, slid me off the seat, and carried me over to the front porch. And it was like a 1-2 step up. And he said he put me on the porch and slid me up towards the door. And he went to look in, but the instructions were that he wasn't supposed to look in there. And he looked on the front porch there, and there was a lot of dust, a lot of dirt. Didn't look like nobody had been up there when he put the basket up there. He noticed there wasn't any feet prints or any boot marks or nothing around. So he's like, he put him up there and covered him up, and he says, "The son, we're supposed to leave you, and we'll see you here tomorrow." So they get back in the pickup truck, mom and daddy does, and he says he watches them, puts up back up the hill and across the field, and the sun's setting where they're going, and he's sitting there, and now this is a true story. This gentleman told me this himself, okay? So he said, I'm sitting there and I got the blanket pulled down. And he said, I'm like 4 years old, you know. I'm holding the blanket down over my head and I'm peeking out over the wicker basket and looking up the hill to where the sun's going down. He's looking west, obviously, and sun's going down. And he said he don't hear nothing. Off in the distance, he hears a dog bark. He hears some cows moving. Then he picks his head up, he said, and he looks around. He said he didn't feel like there was anything bad about to happen to him. But the sun went down, but it started to get darker, and the shadows get longer as the sun goes down. And there's no light out there at all, because this is, 1958, maybe. And he's in the willy boogers of somewhere in the panhandle of North Florida, just south of the Georgia line, by the way. And so what does he do? The sun goes down and he hunkers down. And then he hears something behind him. Behind the door, inside the shack. So it's like, okay. So there's another noise. 5 minutes later, there's like a scraping noise. Not bad, just he can hear something going on behind him. The sun goes down. The sun is gone. And then there's twilight. The light's starting to get lower. The shadows are getting longer. He hears another noise behind him. And the door opens. Now he says, I'm sitting in there, and he goes, I'm looking up the hill, which was down the porch, if you will. And he said, so I had to turn my head to see the door opening to my right. Looking up the hill, look over here, peeking out from a blanket. And he goes, it's dark in there. And he said, the door opens a little more. And he said, I'm afraid to look. And he said, I duck back down and I see something coming at me. And he said, then something grabs either side of the wicker basket. And he said, I just hunkered down and pulled my blanket in. And he hears this old man say, son, don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. Come inside, come inside. I'm not going to hurt you. So he's being picked up, and door opens up, and this old gentleman that he can barely see because he won't come out from under the blanket. And inside this one-room shack is a fire blazing in the fireplace. And he said it was really roaring, it was really going. He said, but there wasn't like a lot of heat coming off of the fire, but it lit up the room a lot. And he said, and it was just a going. He said, you could hear it crackle. And he said, and there was a rug in the middle of the floor. And he said, and there were animal heads and things hanging around the inside, like a deer's head and a stuffed possum and a stuffed raccoon and there's a stuffed bird over there. And he said, and he was just kept down, and he said, and the old man sat me down on this carpet in front of the fireplace. And he said, it'll be all right, Sonny. And so he heard the door creak behind him. Now, what is he going to do? He said, I was terrified. And he said, the old man kept saying, don't worry, it'll be all right. I'm going to help to fix you right up. Don't worry, it'll be all right. So he finally uncovered the boy, and he got him uncovered and got him out onto the rug and got him to just stretch out. And as he did so, he was feeling of his back and he was feeling of his legs because he was weak. He said, I couldn't stand up. I could barely crawl. He said it was all I could do to lift my head up and look over the edge of this wicker basket. He said, David, that's how weak I was at that time. And I was like, dude, man, this is bad. And he said, but the old man brought me out of the basket and laid me down on the carpet. And he just kind of opened me up. He stretched my arm out, stretched the other arm out, stretched the leg out, stretched the leg, stretched the foot, stretched the shoulder, rolled me on my side and stretched my neck. He just stretched me out. And he said, and in the background, he goes, the fireplace is roaring. And he says, I've got something for you to drink. So he said he's got this pot over the fireplace, and he's been going over there and mixing up this stuff. And he finally pours out some stuff and into a cup, and he brings it over to him. And the corporal says, it stunk to high heaven. And he goes, Sonny, you got to drink this if you want to get better. Sometimes you have to take the bad to get better. He said, I'll never forget that. He kept saying that. And he said, so I held my nose and drank this stuff down. And he said, oh, God, was it bad. And he said, but he gave me some water or something with some kind of freshener in it. And he said, I drank some of that. And he said, and then he started he got this thing down from up above, and it had some feathers in it. And he started to chant something. And he said, and about that time, he said the room started to spin. And he said it didn't go like, rear, 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 rear. He said it just started to turn. And he said, I was sitting there on the rug and everything seemed to be turning. And I was looking at the fireplace and it seemed like I was turning around, and then there was the door, and then but I realized I wasn't turning, that the whole house was turning. That I wasn't just turning on the floor. It wasn't me in the carpet. He goes, and the next thing I know, I'm floating. And he said, I don't know how long I floated there. And he said, the old man kept doing a chant, and he had a bone. Then he shook it out around at me, and he had a rattle, and he rattled the rattle. And he said, to the old be gone, to the new come forth. To the old be gone, to the new come forth. And he would rattle. And he said, I was floating and I was tripping. And he said, and then the next thing I know, I'm on the ground again. I'm on the floor. I'm on the carpet, and I can feel the carpet. And then the next thing, I don't feel the carpet. And then I'm just inches above the floor. And that, the next thing I know, I'm being turned over. And he said, and then the next thing I know, I'm sitting on the floor, and that's all I remember. And he said I was sitting on the floor. And then I closed my eyes and I opened my eyes, and I was sitting on the front porch. And it was early morning. He said the sun was just coming up in the east. It was just coming up this way. And he could see the sun, the early morning light and that pre-dawn, and it was just starting to get light, and he was sitting up on the porch, and his feet were on the first step going down the steps towards the ground. And the wicker basket was behind him, and he turned around and looked, and the door was closed. So now this is different. He can't remember the last time he was able to sit up, especially without the aid of sitting in the basket. So coming across the cow pasture is mom and daddy in the pickup truck. And the sun is shining in their eyes as they're coming down the hill towards the old house. Now they can't really tell what's going on because the sun's in their eyes, right? And he's sitting on the front porch, and he's just leaned over a little bit with his, elbows on his knees, and he's contemplating how'd I get out here? Man, I feel pretty good. How'd I get out here? Look, here comes Mama and Papa coming in the pickup truck down across the pasture there. Hey, how you doing, right? And he's waving, and the sun's in their eyes, and they get closer, and you hear this scream, and it's his mama. And she's got the door halfway open and is standing on the running board of the old Chevrolet pickup truck. And they're only a few feet away, and she's done jumped off the running board and comes running right to him. And she's standing in front of him going, my God, Junior, how did you get there? What's happened? And he goes, hi, Mama, and he stands up. And she almost like drops dead. She almost falls over, right? She hadn't seen him stand up in years, right? So she's like, what? And he said he stood up, and he goes, Mama, and he goes to give her a hug. And she's like, and she gives him a hug. And he's standing on the bottom step, and he stands up, and she goes, whoa, and then they hug, and Daddy comes around and gives him a hug, and she goes, I can't, where is this person? What happened? And she goes, and moves him out of the way and goes up onto the porch and moves the basket out of the way. And she wants to thank whoever it is that's in that cabin. And she opens up the door and swings the door wide, and she goes to walk in, and there's an inch of dust on the floor of the cabin. There's not a footprint. There's not a scuff mark. There's the carpet's there, but there's, just dust. There's no fire in the fireplace. There are no coals in the fireplace, which there should have been. There were a couple of animal heads in the cabin, but not like he remembered. There was cobwebs over along the walls where there weren't the night before. There was, right there across the threshold, um, there was, you know, only a little sign that it looked like something had moved across the threshold of where the door was. And so it's like, what happened? Did he carry you off somewhere? And he said, no, Mama. This old man took me into that room right there and he put me on the carpet and he told me not to worry, that I was safe. And he said, Mama, I told her, he mixed up this god awful stuff to drink. And he laid me out on the carpet and just kind of stretched me out and gave me this stuff to drink. And he said, I know I drank some first off. And then next thing I knew, he said the room was spinning. And he said, I think he gave me something more to drink. And he said, and he had waved some kind of smelly stuff after me and waved me with a feather and sprinkled some water on me, I think. And I don't know. He said the room was spinning and I could hear all kinds of things. And he said, then it just all kind of went whirly twirly. And I woke up out here on the porch. And she was like following the directions. So she was to leave. I think it was some cornstarch, cornmeal, and tobacco um, on on this like little mailbox there attached to the post on the porch, and that she was supposed to leave it there, and I don't know, and something else, and then they were supposed to leave. They weren't supposed to look around. They weren't supposed to ask any questions. They were supposed to leave. And I said, wow, that's interesting. And she said, Mama kept wanting to ask questions. And Papa was like, Junior, get in the truck. And he picked up the wicker basket and he goes, Junior, he said, I went over on Papa's side and got in and slid over to the middle on the seat there. And Mama was like, but where is he? What happened? How did you, who was it that came here? How did they take you away? And, he said, Papa kept saying, Mama, get in the truck. You know what the instructions are, Mama? Come get in the truck. And he said, so finally, he said, it took, quite a few minutes. And finally she come over and he had to kind of push her and get her in the truck. And he said he come around and got in and Mama was just pitching a fit. And who was it that done and what they give you to drink? And you got to tell me more. Tell me again what happened, son. And he said, well, Mama, first you got to calm down. And he said, they went back out across the open pasture there. And he said they went and saw Aunt Thelma or whoever it was there. And around, he said, he remembers Quincy. And he said, they lived somewhere south of Quincy. And they visited then, and then they went on back home to Tampa. And he said, ever since then, I've been able to walk. And he said, now, Aunt Thelma up there said that I went to a root doctor and that that's who healed me, was a root doctor. And that only certain people can go, that the root doctor will see. You have to write this piece of paper, and there, I want to say maybe that there might have had been like a drop of blood on an envelope or something, and it was some kind of weirdness, but that it was simple, but the root doctor would get back with you. And so it went through this process. It had to go to Aunt Thelma. Aunt Thelma took the envelope, the second envelope, and took it out to a tree stump or something and put that letter to the root doctor in it. And then the root doctor would answer and put the answer back in the tree stump. They'd pick it up and take it back into town. And that's how it went. So, but he was healed by this root doctor. So now, years after he told me this story, I get out of jail. I come back up here to South Georgia. I am doing puppet shows and telling stories. And so I tell this story much different than I just elaborated to you about the root doctor who fixed this boy who fixed this crippled boy. So I'm telling the story, and I see some of the people in the audience, because where I'm at is on a plantation, an old plantation, all right? And I'm doing puppet shows, and there are black folk lined up in the back. And they're all do this one thing, and they look at one another, and there's a friend of mine, who's a white friend, and he's back there, and he's talking with them, and they're interacting, and I get done with my set, and I finish the story, and they disband, and my buddy comes up, Ron comes up, and he goes, Dave, he goes, you know that story you just told? And I said, yeah. He goes, you know them ladies that was just standing with me? And I said, yeah. He said, they know the root doctor that healed that boy. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, they know the root doctor that you're talking about that's in South Quincy, because I'm on this plantation that's like 10 miles from from the Florida line, and doing puppet shows for this this fall gig, and they're just listening to the storytelling as they're walking around, and and they're like, he's telling that they know the guy. They knew the guy that was healed by the root doctor. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So I believed the guard in Tampa in jail. I believed him because he limped. And I'm the one that started the whole argument about, hey buddy, how come you're limping? And then he finally opened up and told me what had happened. And come to find out that his parents took him to see a root doctor when he was a young'un near Quincy, Florida. I come to find out through the grapevine of telling this story and meeting some people in South Florida, and I'm sorry, in South Georgia, just north of the line from where we're talking about, that know the root doctor. know people who've been to this root doctor and they know this kid they're talking about. Auntie remembers. One of the kids was like, I remember him, that when he was a little kid. And they come up and stayed with us. Yeah. Well, that's because they went to see the root doctor. Oh, yeah. Family members over the years. So the fact that root doctors and magical things happen in the swamps of Florida and South Georgia and the swamps of other places too, in Louisiana and in Alabama, in the swamps and the backwoods of places, there are there are folks who will call them witches. But to these folks, still to this day, I've talked with some folks about a year or so ago, and I was mentioning this story about this guy that I met. He was a guard while I was in jail, et cetera, et cetera. He was cured by a root doctor up here in in South Georgia, North Florida, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I've heard about that root doctor, and he's over near Quincy." Like everybody knows where this root doctor is. To this day, this guy must be 100 years old, as the story be told. So, but it's always the same way. You got to write a letter to somebody, and then the letter gets sent and put it in a stump, and then um, and it's like it's a bizarre tale. So those are true stories, be they ghost stories. There are some ghostly things that happen with that root doctor and with that potion that he gave the corporal. So happy Halloween, and so I'm going to tell one more Georgia one here, and this happened to me in the house I lived in. And when I first moved up here, um, I lived in this house before I went to jail. And then when I got back from jail a year later, I moved back into this house. So it was an old house that was built like in 1910. And three brothers cut the trees down on the property on a 100-acre spot, cut the pine trees down, and built this house and these little barns and stuff around the house. And that's where they lived and worked. They built a kitchen off a breezeway, and the brothers built it, lived together, took care of it together, and I just so happened to be there to rent the house back in back in 76, 7, something like that. 75, 76, 77, because I got put in jail in 78 and 79, and then come back and rented the house again. So rented this house for $55 a month. You fix the windows. Um, if the if unless something bad happens, if the flipper thing in the back of the toilet runs, you fix it. If this happens, you fix it. If this happens, you fix it. So, but it's $55 a month. Who could beat it? This place was sprawling, man. So it had a front porch that looked off to the west, and I mean almost due west. and it had a small room off of the front porch because it was built in 1910. That small room on the front porch had a door from the front porch to that room, and then a door to the house. Well, the door from the to the front on the front to the front porch should never be locked, because the guys who built the house, were of a time when there were still horse and buggies, and sometimes they couldn't make it all the way home, or there was a rainstorm, and somebody could stop and go in from the porch into this room and spend the night, and the door from the room to the house could be locked. And that was, that was known to, like, okay, that's privacy to the room, and it's our privacy to the house. But that door to the front porch, it stays unlocked in case somebody needs a place to stay. So now, all these years later, okay, my first wife don't know this stuff. I'm trying to explain it to her. Honey, you can lock the door from the room to the house, but you can't lock the door from the room to the porch. Well, I got to keep the house locked. Samuel, he'll be running around. Okay. Then you can latch the screen door. That's okay. But you cannot lock the skeleton key lock. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Well, every time she tried, it would unlock itself. The door from the room to the house stayed locked, but from the house to the porch, the door would unlock itself. And she'd get on to me and she'd go, "You got a separate key." And I'd go, "You have the house keys. I don't. They were skeleton keys." I said, "I don't have any keys." I said, "I keep telling you that, the house don't want you to lock that door. The ghost don't, it's because the room on the front and the people in the thing." And I said, "There's history." I said, you go ahead, keep locking the door, and they're going to keep unlocking it." I said, "But I don't have a key. I'm not messing with you. You'll find out by yourself when you." So she did. So she kept trying to lock that door. She'd lock it, and she'd come back a couple hours later, and that some bitch would be unlocked. Okay. So then I get separated, and I go to Tampa and go to jail. The house is vacated while I'm in Tampa in jail for a year. While I'm in jail, I get a divorce. So when I come back out of jail, I'm a free man. So I come back a year later, the house is occupied. My stuff is in a pack house across the road from the house. My buddy's like, "Man, I didn't think you was ever coming back to Georgia." He goes, "But the house is rented, you know, and I can't tell them to leave." And I said, "No problem." I said, "But if they leave, you let me know, because I'd rented the house for like 5 or 6 years in a row. I was a good customer. I liked the house." And so Phil says, "Okay," as soon as I do. So I'm standing in the road looking at the front porch of the house, and I'm standing there and I got my hands on my hips and I kind of wave at the house and I go, if these folks move out, I'll move back in, and grabbed a couple of things out of the pack house, closed the door. Now, this was on a dirt road. So I closed the door, and I go over and I get in my truck and I drive away. So now it's like 6 weeks, and I get a phone call, and it's my buddy Phil. He said, "You're not going to believe this." Then I said, "Believe what?" He said, "The folks just moved out of the house." Then I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, you want to move back in?" I said, "Well, hell yeah. When can I move back in?" He goes, "Friday." And this was like Tuesday. I was like, "Yeah, buddy." So after, like 6 weeks, and I think back on it and I go, I think the house saw me standing in the road, because Phil told me later on that the reason that people couldn't stay in the house is because they said the house was haunted. And I was like, well, I looked at Phil and I went, well, yeah, of course it's haunted. I used to sit on the front porch and watch the rocking chair go back and forth. And I'd talk to the person in the rocking chair and I'd go, don't know who you are, but it's a pretty sunset. And I'd have a beer and I'd smoke me a doobie, and watch the chair rock back and forth. There wasn't no wind. There wasn't nothing. I knew there was a ghost in that chair. So I told him, he said, you never said anything. And I said, I never thought to tell you. I just, the place is haunted. Yeah, I know. So big deal, And it's a big deal. You mean you knew it was haunted all along? And I was like, yeah, you know, you never asked me and I never thought to tell you because it didn't bother me. I just thought it was cool. I lived in an old house that was haunted by, I didn't know who, but that this house is haunted. And so, you never told me, Dave. No, obviously we wouldn't be having this conversation after the house is burned down. So, but no, actually, that conversation was after I was as I was getting my stuff out of the pack house, and he goes, "You never told me that," and I was like, I never thought to, bother you that the house. Of course, the house is haunted. You know, things get moved around. Certain doors you can't lock, um, and certain things over here, and you blah 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 blah, and the rocking chairs, and yeah, the house is haunted. So I moved back into the house with now my second wife. Okay, because I've been divorced from jail. I've moved back from jail from Florida. Um, I have moved back up here. I've got a new girlfriend, fiance. We ended up getting married, and I've moved back into the house that I was in before I went to jail. So I know the same things. We're fixing up the house, and we're um, it's a different wife. It's a different setting. We don't have any little youngins, but she's got a daughter, Bobby Jean, and so we get along well. There's plenty of room. Bought a new heater, got a chainsaw, gonna heat everything's gonna be groovy. And got bedroom set. Oh, everything's fine, right? And come November, 3 days before Thanksgiving. So it happened on a Monday night, Tuesday. So put wood in the heater. The temperature got down to about like 40 degrees. The house had big, tall ceilings. It was drafty. So everything was groovy. Put Bobby Jean to bed. in the big room in the middle. We closed the door to the smaller, lower section of the house, and me and the wife went to bed. And about 11:30, and so it was about 10 minutes to 12, 5 minutes to 12. I looked at the clock. It was, I can't remember, it was five till or five after, but it was right at 12 o'clock. I hear this, David, David, wake up. The house is on fire. But somebody's shaking my foot at the foot of the bed. Somebody's shaking my foot, going, David, wake up. The house is on fire. I'm shaking my head. They're shaking my foot. I open my eyes and I sit up straight in the bed. And there at the foot of the bed, I could almost reach out and touch, is this elderly gentleman with a railroad cap on. Okay. He's got the the overall jeans with the straps and the bib overalls. They're striped like his hat, like a railroad. He's got he's got um, a red handkerchief coming out of the top of the bib, stuffed up here. He's got a flannel shirt on, a red flannel shirt on, and he says, David, get up. The house is on fire. Now, I mean, he's as far, he's moving shaking my feet. So I went, what? And I turned, I said, Sherry, get up, the house is on. And I turned back around just that fast, and he was gone. I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but I jump up out of bed, and it's only a few steps, and I open the door to the rest of the house with the higher ceilings, and the whole thing is ablaze. It looks like the sun looking up at the ceiling, the heat, and looking up at the ceiling was as bright as the sun. Heat wise, and the way it looked, and oh my God. So I went back in, the house is on fire, get up. I went over to the bed where Bobby Jean was sleeping, right there where all of this fire's at. And I'm, honey, get up, put on your slippers, but do this. But get out. We got to get out. The house is on fire. Come on. So out we go, and out the back through the living room and out to the back we go. Get her out of the house right away. Got vehicles parked out back. Take her outside. Put her in a vehicle where it's warmer instead of just being outside, because it was chilly that night. So Sherry's like, she's still waking up, whatever. And I'm trying to get something. I think maybe I can put this fire out with water hose, because I don't know what else to do. But it's starting to spread quick, and this fire takes over. And there ain't no way to save it. I get back in the house. I get my wallet. I get a little bit of money. I grabbed a pair of pants. I couldn't find my shoes because the fire was so hot and the ceiling was dropping in, falling in. And I couldn't, I wanted to grab my Giannini guitar, you know, that was leaned up against the fireplace, that somehow the guitar had caught on fire. The old piano that was sitting in the corner had somehow caught on fire. Now the ceiling's on fire, but I don't understand how the piano caught on fire. My guitar was beside the piano, and it was next to the fireplace, but I didn't have a fire. I had a fire in the fireplace earlier, but it had long since went out because I knew I wasn't going to build it up to go to bed, right? So I had the heater on in the other room, and it was had the rooms closed off. So why waste wood in the fireplace? So, but my Giannini was on fire, and somehow the fire had come down the wall beside the fireplace and caught my guitar on fire, and thus the fire had leapt from my guitar over to the old piano, and the piano was on fire. There was a cartoon years ago that it showed, fire was walking along and it would drop off over here. And there were places that caught on fire. The ceilings are 10 foot up there. It's not that they're low. No, they're 10 foot up there, right? How did the fire get from up there? And the ceiling had not dropped through. There wasn't things falling through the sheetrock. No, the fire was still up there. So how did the piano catch on fire? Anyway, it did. Some weird things. So we finally got out of the house. The kitchen, which was detached from the house, except it was connected through a breezeway, it finally caught on fire. Then the gas tank blew. The travel trailer that I had, it melted all of one side, buckled all of one side of the aluminum. You could see it steaming, melted the windows, cracked the glass windows. It melted them. It was so hot. And it was a ways from the house. So, but nothing else burnt down that night. And finally, as the smolders went down, and there were some embers, but there wasn't anything else to catch on fire, we all went home. And so I spent the rest of the night with Phil, who, through his grandmother, owned the house. And so I went down to his house, and I was like, dude, who was that old man? Who was that old man? He woke me up. He told me the house was on fire. And I told him, I said, I turned, woke up Sherry, and I turned back around, and he was gone. I don't know whether he went through the house because the front door was still locked from the inside. He didn't go out the little side door there because it was locked, and I would have seen him. How the hell did he get out of the house? And I'm looking through the photo album, and I flip through a page, and I flip through a page, and I go through one, and I hand it back to him, and he grabs another one. He's got like 3 of them underneath his coffee table, right? And he pulls out the second one, and he goes and he flips through, and he goes, no, not this one. He puts it down, he grabs the third one and picks it up and brings it in. He opens it up, and it goes about 2 pages. And I'm sitting on the couch with him, right? And I'm watching him flip the pages, and I go, that's him right there. And it was at the bottom of the page, on the corner there. And I go, that's him right there. And I said, so who's that guy? And he goes, that's my great grandpa that's dead. That's Old Man Croft. Him and his brothers built that house. And when he was pointing at him, and I'm going to call him Henry. When Henry Croft died, each of his brothers, when they passed away, they had the services here in the house. So they were laid in their coffins here, and the people came by here to the house, and then they took them to the graveyard. And he said all three brothers the same way, and Henry here, he was the last one to pass, and he passed in such and such, and blah 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 blah, and and he said, um, and that's who I think they say, the house was haunted, and that it was old Mister Henry that was haunting this house, and that it freaked out the other people who tried to live here. And for some reason, you and Mr. Henry got along. And I said, Phil, Mr. Henry woke me up to tell me his house was on fire. And for me and my wife and child to get out before the fire gets us. He manifested himself at the bottom of the bed and shook my foot and said, David, get up. The house is on fire. I looked at him dead in the eye. I can describe him. I said, that's the picture of him right there. He's got the hat on. He's got the bib overalls on. It's even the same color flannel shirt. That's him right there. He goes, have you ever seen this picture before? I said, Phil, I don't come down here going through your family's, photo albums. I said, you've showed me a picture or two over the years, but I don't remember seeing that guy before, except a couple of hours ago when he woke me up to get me out of the house before it burnt down. I said, this has just been like 3 hours after the house burned down. I said, that's the guy right there. Well, he's been dead a few years, but he's the guy. He said there were 3 other renters for that house in the year that you were gone. And he said, and each one of them moved out because they said the house was haunted. And they didn't care if the house was only $55 a month. They couldn't live in a haunted house. And he said, and you come back from prison, and within, less than 2 months, you're back in the house, and you and the ghost are old buddies again. I said, yeah, I used to sit on the porch when I got back, and me in that rocking chair, we'd go back to rocking again. And I'd tell him every time, I don't know who you are in that rocking chair, but it's a beautiful evening, ain't it? Well, believe what you want, but that's the true story. Mr. Henry Croft woke me up before the house burnt down. In November, 3 days before Thanksgiving, the Monday before Thanksgiving. Everything burnt. But old man Croft got us out of the house. And to this day, I say thank you. And so, with that said, it's been 4 hours and 3 minutes I've been telling stories. These have all been true stories, true happenings, true events happened to me and the people that I've known. That I'm not into lying. I can tell stories that are made up, but the ones that I've told for the last 4 hours have all been true stories, true events with true people over my last 73 years. And I got a bunch more to tell, but I got a backache. I got to go pee. I need something else to drink. I got to go get a blood test early in the morning in just a couple of hours. So I need to leave you here and say happy Halloween and be safe. And if you're going to go out trick or treating, be careful with the youngins. And always be polite with the people that you might be, trick or treating to. You go up to the door and you ring the doorbell. Be nice. Don't be rude. If they say, sorry, we're out of candy, say, thank you, have a nice evening. Don't pitch a bitch and jump up and down and stomp your feet. Say, thank you very much. Because nobody has to give you anything on Halloween. So be grateful, be gracious, and and with gratitude, say thank you. Trick or treat. Here you go. Thank you. Be polite. So I love you all. Please be safe. And until next time, I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I say thank you with the bottom of my heart and with the grace and the gratitude of the great creator. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So have a happy Halloween. Till next time. Adios, my friends.